Okay, hello and welcome to Council and Committee meeting for January 14th of 2020. Councillor Huffman sends her regrets, so I'm up here as Vice Chair for her today. I would like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. For those in attendance, I would ask you to ensure your phones are on silent. Thank you to our camera volunteer, Bill Jackson. We also have Ryan Wallace with us today. He's a local high school student and it's his first meeting with us. So if there are any students in the area who are interested in volunteering and helping out with camera services, you can get in contact with our Deputy Clerk, Stephanie Godby. And thanks, Ryan. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Approval of the agenda or changes to the agenda. We have two changes to today's agenda. We're going to remove Deputation 7D, Dennis Blake, water and sewer requirements, and replace that with a addition of item 7D, which is Mark DeYoung, I believe, and he will take that spot. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none. Can I have a mover and a seconder to approve as amended? Or is there any further discussion? Councillor Taylor and Councillor Rabbits, and all in favor? And that is carried. Okay, consent items. There are 4 on today's agenda. If any member of the committee wishes to discuss a consent item or ask questions, please identify now and we will remove it. Councillor Taylor, nothing? Okay, perfect. If not, we'll need a mover and a seconder for the following. Yes. Number 8, so that's not a consent item, so we'll definitely get to that in staff reports. Thanks. Okay. We'll need a mover and a seconder for the following: that consent items A, B, C, and D be approved as printed on pages 10 and 11, 19, 22, and 35 of the agenda package. Councillor Michelli, Councillor Geisens, any further discussion? And all in favor? And that's carried. Alrighty, presentations. There are none on the agenda, so we will move into closed session. I'll need a mover and a seconder for the following: that committee move into closed session at 3:03 p.m. to discuss CAO recruitment shortlisting exercise as pursuant to section 239 2B and D of the Municipal Act 2001. C25, as the subject matter pertains to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including employees of local municipalities or boards and labor relations or employee negotiations. Mover, seconder, Mayor Chop and Councillor Taylor, and if there's no discussion, put it to a vote. All in favor? Carried.
On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Carolinian forest where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more of North.
What I love most about Norfolk County, I think, would be the vastness of the county, how it's big and there's breathing space, and there are so many little pockets of beauty, natural beauty.
I love the seasons here. The springtime, the rain falling on the earth. I'm a farmer, so I enjoy those aspects of it, the smell of the rain. The summer times, we have beautiful, warm summers here.
You have such pristine water here. You have some of the finest cold water streams in Ontario with Big Creek and Youngs Creek and others that produce great fishing.
Norfolk is very heavily forested, beautiful color in the autumn. The sun shines very brightly here in the wintertime, so I love the 4 distinct seasons we have here in Norfolk County.
What people find remarkable about Norfolk County, I think, is that our sense of community and us working together.
I think of us as a little bit of, we have these ecospheres in our store. They're these self-sustaining little balls that, you know, completely take care of themselves. We're a little bit like that, you know, in our area. We have so much here.
My kids grow up knowing what it's like to produce a piece of fruit or produce some food, some vegetables, and put them on the table, how much effort that takes. And I think that's important.
When people come into the shop, we pull out the map and we show them the wineries and the breweries, and we tell them about the local dining in town, and we'll tell them about the lavender farm, and along the way show them produce stands that they could stop to pick up some goodies.
Everything that we want to do socially and all of our extracurricular activities are right here. And when you join groups, these people they'll want to get to know you immediately. That's our nature. We're curious and we're supportive and we're interested.
Sometimes opportunity just kind of happens when you're talking to someone and having a conversation with someone here in Norfolk. The next thing you know, you're collaborating with them on a project or activity.
The amount of people within our community that support our business is outstanding. because it's a give and take relationship. If you support everyone else, they will support you, and it makes our community that much stronger and that much better.
You know, I think that working with the local businesses here, everyone's very welcoming. Every time I meet a new business owner, and I love to go to new stores and new restaurants that open up and introduce ourselves and welcome them to the community. It's easy to fall in love with Norfolk County.
My advice to a family that's thinking about moving here is to come and visit. Come and spend a week. Come and experience everything that we have to offer, because you're going to find an amazing quality of life.
You're 10 minutes away from a beach. You're 5 minutes away from a dog park. You know, there's so much opportunity in an area like this for young entrepreneurs, young families, even, you know, senior entrepreneurs that are doing that as well.
I'm very happy. I'm lucky, you know, very lucky I can be here, you know. It's a good place to raise family too.
We don't have this sort of slick veneer over us. We're really comfortable in our own skin, and artists are making art because they love to make art, and musicians are writing songs because they love to write songs.
And just because you're not from here doesn't mean that you can't embrace what makes Norfolk great. You know, sort of our diversity, the wonderful landscapes here.
And it's just a great area. You're going to meet great people. You're going to have a supportive environment. We can compete on an international stage with anybody. And that's how we have to start looking at the world.
You just have to be willing to work hard, realize the potential that there is here, and just, you know, put yourself to work and create that opportunity for yourself.
I found that as a young entrepreneur, I was given every opportunity I could want. Just put yourself out there. Go to local events, and you're going to bump into all kinds of people that are going to be, you know, important business connections to you.
Everybody's so willing to help somebody else out. I think that's the best thing about even being a business owner in Norfolk County.
We're a small community, but there's so much support here, whether it's a restaurant or ecotourism. We just have this appetite, and if you've got a great idea, you've got a willing community that's going to get behind your idea.
You know, some of the advice that I would give entrepreneurs coming to Norfolk County would be to think outside of the Norfolk box, but don't forget what's in the Norfolk box, because we have a lot to offer. We have a lot of great people, a lot of great opportunities.
Norfolk County.
Entrepreneurs grow here.
Norfolk County.
Ideas grow here.
Norfolk County.
You grow here.
You grow here.
You grow here.
On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just a place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of North. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of North. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Weary beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. South coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road, you're bound to be back for more. Of North.
What I love most about Norfolk County, I think, would be the vastness of the county, how it's big and there's breathing space and there are so many little pockets of beauty, natural beauty.
I love the seasons here. The springtime, the rain falling on the earth. I'm a farmer, so I enjoy those aspects of it, the smell of the rain. The summer times, we have beautiful warm summers here.
You have such pristine water here. You have some of the finest cold water streams in Ontario with Big Creek and Youngs Creek and others that produce great fishing.
Norfolk is very heavily forested, beautiful color in the autumn. The sun shines very brightly here in the wintertime, so I love the 4 distinct seasons we have here in Norfolk County.
What people find remarkable about Norfolk County, I think, is that our sense of community and us working together.
I think of us as a little bit of, we have these ecospheres in our store. They're these self-sustaining little balls that, you know, completely take care of themselves. We're a little bit like that, you know, in our area. We have so much here.
My kids grow up knowing what it's like to produce a piece of fruit or produce some food, some vegetables, and put them on the table, how much effort that takes. And I think that's important.
When people come into the shop, we pull out the map and we show them the wineries and the breweries and we tell them about the local dining in town and we'll tell them about the lavender farm and along the way show them produce stands that they could stop to pick up some goodies.
Everything that we want to do socially and all of our extracurricular activities are right here. And when you join groups, these people will They'll want to get to know you immediately. That's our nature. We're curious and we're supportive and we're interested.
Sometimes opportunity just kind of happens when you're talking to someone and having a conversation with someone here in Norfolk. The next thing you know, you're collaborating with them on a project or activity.
The amount of people within our community that support our business is outstanding, because it's a give and take relationship. If you support everyone else, they will support you, and it makes our community that much stronger and that much better.
You know, I think that working with the local businesses here, everyone's very welcoming. Every time I meet a new business owner, and I love to go to new stores and new restaurants that open up and introduce ourselves and welcome them to the community. It's easy to fall in love with Norfolk County.
My advice to a family that's thinking about moving here is to come and visit. Come and spend a week. Come and experience everything that we have to offer, because you're going to find an amazing quality of life.
You're 10 minutes away from a beach. You're 5 minutes away from a dog park. You know, there's so much opportunity in an area like this for young entrepreneurs, young families, even, you know, senior entrepreneurs that are doing that as well.
I'm very happy. I'm lucky, very lucky I can be here, It's a good place to raise family too.
We don't have this sort of slick veneer over us. We're really comfortable in our own skin, and artists are making art because they love to make art, and musicians are writing songs because they love to write songs.
And just because you're not from here doesn't mean that you can't embrace what makes Norfolk great. Sort of our diversity, the wonderful landscapes here.
And it's just a great area. You're going to meet great people. You're going to have a supportive environment. We can compete on an international stage with anybody. And that's how we have to start looking at the world.
You just have to be willing to work hard, realize the potential that there is here, and just put yourself to work and create that opportunity for yourself.
I found that as a young entrepreneur, I was given every opportunity I could want. Just put yourself out there. Go to local events, and you're going to bump into all kinds of people that are going to be, important business connections to you.
Everybody's so willing to help somebody else out. I think that's the best thing about even being a business owner in Norfolk County.
We're a small community, but there's so much support here, whether it's a restaurant or ecotourism. We just have this appetite, and if you've got a great idea, you've got a willing community that's going to get behind your idea.
Some of the advice that I would give entrepreneurs coming to Norfolk County would be to think outside of the Norfolk box, but don't forget what's in the Norfolk box, because we have a lot to offer. We have a lot of great people, a lot of great opportunities.
Norfolk County.
Entrepreneurs grow here.
Norfolk County.
Ideas grow here.
Norfolk County.
You grow here.
You grow here.
You grow here.
Okay, are we ready? You don't look ready. Okay, I have a motion that council direct staff to schedule CAO interviews for January 30th, 2020, utilizing the confidential list agreed upon in closed session. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Michelli. And all in favor? That is carried. Okay. And now we'll close closed session. Can I have a mover and seconder to adjourn the closed session at 4:13 p.m. and reconvene in open session? What's that? Steph said it's okay, Councillor Van Passen. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. And in favor? Carried. Okay, staff reports. We'll try and get through as many staff reports and discussion items as possible before deputation start in 45 minutes at 5 o'clock. So first is staff report FS 20-01, accounts receivable collection. Staff to present. Kathy.
Thank you. Through the chair to council. After a recent review of accounts receivable policy, staff recognized that the county's current collection methods could be improved upon. Historically, the county's collection tools have been limited to sending a series of notices and then forwarding overdue accounts to a collection agency. Staff took a proactive approach and drafted a collection policy that takes a slightly more aggressive and efficient approach to the collection of accounts receivable and includes using the services of the county solicitor if necessary. This report introduces the draft policy and seeks council's approval. The proposed policy clearly outlines for customers and staff the collection methods that may be used. It initiates collection action sooner and establishes responsibilities and accountabilities. In preparing the policy, staff focused on finding efficiencies and strengthening internal controls. As a result, the policy includes language dealing with accounts when all reasonable attempts to collect have been unsuccessful. Policy FS 21 was approved in 2010 and authorized the treasurer to write off accounts up to $100. Accounts greater than $100 required council's approval. Administratively, the limit needs to be increased to ensure council and staff's time is used more efficiently. The collection policy proposes to assign specific limits to the manager of Revenue and Tax Services, the treasurer, and the CAO to approve write-offs up to $50,000 if all reasonable efforts to collect have been exhausted. Accounts greater than $50,000 will require council's approval. Additionally, there is a requirement for the treasurer to report to council annually regarding accounts that have been written off by staff under the thresholds assigned. In summary, under current policies, the county's collection methods are outdated and accounting for uncollectible accounts is inefficient. The proposed collection policy provides accountability and transparency and will give staff A, the ability to initiate collection action sooner using more tools to curb delinquency, and B, the ability to maintain an accurate accounting of collectible and uncollectible accounts in a timely manner. And I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. My question for our staff is, what is the advantages of delaying engaging with a collection agency as opposed to doing that at an earlier point in time? If you understand, currently the policy says that a debt is referred to a collection agency after 90 days, and later in the proposal we see that an account after 30 days past due, we have some action, but that does not include referring to a collection agency. So I was wondering, what is the benefit, cost benefit in doing engaging with a collection agency sooner as opposed to waiting?
Through the chair to Councillor Rabbits, the policy proposes to deal with accounts that are 30 days past due that we're able to add to taxes immediately, or if there's another possible set-off. What we're proposing is to send the accounts to collections after 60 days. So it's 30 days sooner than it would be today. And that is just to give a little bit more time for people to pay. And so they'll receive one, possibly two statements, monthly statements as a prompt, and we'll send the account to collections in 60 days.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sue, when you're going to, say you send it out, the 30 days is past due, the account's past due, and is there any provision where if somebody wants to make payments, like pay off so much every month, how does that work with the municipality?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, every situation is different. If a customer approaches us and says that they're unable to pay, they are allowed to make payments. They first need to communicate that with us, and we can figure out a payment arrangement. However, interest is still charged at 1.25% on the unpaid balance.
Mayor Chop.
Thanks, Councillor Martin. Just other than, I think it's great to see that this is being updated. I think it's on page 41 that it says after more than a decade. And I guess my question just would be, what has been the practice then in the past year that we've been here? Nothing's been written off? Because we haven't had anything come to us that's been more than $100, at least not that I can recall.
Through the chair to Mayor Chop, you're correct. The write-off, the practice of writing off and bringing reports to council was not something that was entertained too often. And that's why I want this policy in place. It will force us to bring it annually, to review the accounts more regularly, and give us the opportunity to use the services of legal services if necessary. And hopefully we can report that there isn't a need to write any off because we've tried harder to collect.
So just if you could maybe just for some of the councillors, if they're not as familiar, maybe just provide a bit of background as to why one should be doing those write-offs.
Through the chair to the mayor, I think from an accounting point of view, there's two stages to it. There's an allowance that can be set up for an account. So if we think an account is not collectible, we can set up an allowance for that account. And then the actual write-off is where you formally say we're no longer going to collect that account. So as my colleague said, we haven't been bringing the write-offs to it because the accounts have just been sitting into the allowance, which we don't feel is as transparent as actually saying, listen, this account we're no longer pursuing, we're writing it off. And then that way council would actually have more timely information, frankly, with regards to debts we're no longer pursuing, and actually you can ask what type of efforts we did take to collect those accounts and have those types of discussions. And I think that's why staff would like that opportunity to have a much more mechanical process to go through it, along with the fact, frankly, of using more tools in their toolbox to hopefully not put anything on a report to council. But unfortunately, yes, we're at this point in time where we have a number of accounts and allowance that should be written off, and we want to deal with that.
Just one more question. If how far back then are we looking at kind of cleaning this up? How many years back do you need to go at this point?
Through the chair to Mayor Chop, there was an exercise, if I recall, when we transitioned from the previous financial system to the current one in 2015. We started in the current system. So there was a little bit of cleanup of small accounts at that time. We do have some larger accounts on the books that I don't see writing off. What I want to see first is the opportunity to try a legal avenue, perhaps to collect them. So you may never see those as write-offs, I hope. But if at the top of my head, if I had to estimate what we could write off tomorrow, only about $3,500. The rest I want to actively pursue some more.
Councillor Taylor?
So for the layman, that means that things that aren't written off look like revenues in budgets? Is that how that works?
Through the chair to Councillor Taylor, as they're carried over year after year, they're not showing as revenue, but it's may falsely inflating the accounts receivable that we are going to collect.
And when you say there are larger accounts, are you ballpark? What would a figure in one of the larger accounts be? Are we talking like the $50,000 accounts? Or are we nowhere near that? Sorry.
There may be one that's in excess of 50, one or two tops. The most are, I'd say, under the 20,000, 20 to 30 range.
Thank you.
Councillor Columbus?
Yes, Sue, this excludes the collection of POA accounts and taxes, property taxes, right? Can you give us some examples of what kind of accounts we have to collect, other than those two?
Yep, through the chair to Councillor Columbus. The things that we bill through accounts receivable are things like water turn-on, turn-offs, advertising, ice usage, things of that nature.
Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got a technical question, I guess, on page 407 of the draft policy, so that's page 50 of our agenda. Number 6A, that accounts receivable are considered overdue if the debtor does not pay or resolve the debt within 30 days after the invoice has been issued. If you issued me an invoice, and I don't know if I'd get it in the mail and back to you in 30 days, so normally are all our invoices due when they're printed, or are they due at the end of the month, or like it should be 30 days after they're due, not after they're issued?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, currently our invoices, our terms are payable upon receipt. And so the accounts receivable system ages them, and anything that is past 30 days on the first day of the month gets interest.
Well, I guess that's my little thing. If you sent me a bill on receipt, it might be 2 weeks before I get that.
Correct.
And if I put it back in the mailbox, it might be 2 weeks before you get it back. It's going to be overdue by then.
You would, when we say 30 days, we want you to at least get a monthly statement in that period as well. So you should have received an invoice as well as a reminder statement.
Any further questions to staff? Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to sort of build on what Councillor Taylor was mentioning before regarding layman. I just want to commend staff. This was a very straightforward and well laid out plan that is easy, I think, for people to understand. So thank you for that.
I would agree. It's nice to see something like this come forward. Definitely a win, and demonstrates that staff are, I would say, paying attention to the strategic plan and moving forward with the general direction from council. Okay, if there aren't any other comments, we do have a recommendation. Would anyone like to move it or put something else on the floor? Councillor Columbus? Moved by, seconded by Councillor Taylor. That staff report FS 20-01 accounts receivable collection policy be received, and that the proposed accounts receivable collection policy be approved for immediate implementation, and further that policy FS-21 delegation of authority to write off certain accounts receivable be repealed and replaced with the accounts receivable collection policy. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. Perfect. Okay, 4:30, let's move on to item B, staff report FS 20-02 drain construction financial and project status update.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to give a small preamble before my colleague goes through the body of the report. And what I'd like to say to committee is that no staff really wants to bring this type of report before council. What I will say is that the drainage staff and the finance staff have spent a countless number of hours driving through this issue, and it's their dedication and efforts that led to wrestling this issue to the ground. It's been an issue, as you can tell by the report, that's gone on for far too long. It frankly would have been easy for staff to frankly give up on this and keep it buried or keep it in the closet. But I would like to thank the persistence and the efforts of both finance staff and drainage staff that's here today to put this forward. It's, you know, the report is not a positive report and does not reflect well, is what I will say. I'll concede that. What I will say that you should take as a positive out of this report is though there has been some problems, we are clearly cleaning up the problems that have persisted this account for a while. And I think it is positive to say that the efforts that took to do this is a clear sign of the commitment from the staff to be very transparent to this council on the activities, and ensures that there's this trust between council and staff that even if there are errors there, that we'll bring them forward, we'll own our errors, and we'll look to move on. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Denise to go through the report in more detail. We recognize that this report was not an easy read. I'm an accountant. It was written like a bit of an accounting report, but it was a difficult report to write to make sure we were technically sound with what we were saying and being very factual to the approach. So I just wanted to set the table for committee on the issue. Thanks.
Thank you, Jason. Through the chair to council, thank you for the prelude. And it is a report that we bring to you today that was a difficult report to write, in that there are many years of history that we needed to account for and many different accounting changes. I would like to thank the drainage staff for working closely with us, and the partnership that we've formed through this process has been beneficial, and it creates the relationship and the sound forward motion that we can confirm that where we are now with collectability of the accounts, we have strong belief that we will not be coming back to council with this type of scenario. So with that being said, this report, what it outlines is a few different things which contributed to the difficulty in writing it. It outlines a material accounting entry that we feel in financial services will need to be made to our financial statements. It also brings forward to council a consideration for us to charge interest charges, as these are communal expenses. They're not just Norfolk County expenses, they are communal. And it is specific in the Drainage Act in that the ability to charge interest for the temporary debt financing is available to the municipality, as well as we're looking for council's approval for staff to write off, in comparison to the financial information in the report, a smaller write-off for the 2019 financial statements. I do have my colleagues here with me from Drainage Services. If there's any technical questions that we can answer, they're here to help us answer that as well. So going back into, if council remembers when our financial auditor presented the 2018 financial statements, in there was a note in respect to a write-off in the 2018 fiscal year end of just over $8 million. So we've tried to outline the steps and processes that we've taken since 2014, that staff haven't been sitting idle on these accounts. However, we do have accounts that are on our books dating back to 1999, with a large bulk of them being the petitions being started going back to 2001 through to 2010. So there's quite a bit of information that needed to be gathered. There's a couple of different information software packages and record retention issues that we had in order to deal with, to getting to the end point where we're at today on the collectability of what is in our drain projects. So going back in 2014, we started our first phase where we identified accounting changes, and that's the accounting entry that needs to be made in 2019, in that it was the hopes of the financial staff at that time that we would be able to recoup some of the $2.5 million that we're now proposing that the entry needs to be done. We've determined that the collectability of that is not there. We need to make the entry against our accumulated surplus. it's important for me to note that that will not affect our contingency reserve. It is strictly an accounting financial statement presentation entry. So it's more of a tidying up of best practices, housekeeping, if I could say, that entry that we're proposing to council. In 2000 and once we make that entry on your second page of the report, what I've done is I've outlined where the drain contingency fund is at, and every year through the budget process, council transfers from the levy a set amount for the municipal portion of drain construction costs, and that those monies are housed inside the drain contingency fund. And I've included a table that will show that once we make the one-time correction of the $2.3 million for the period ending 2019, we do have a surplus. And a 1.579 surplus does seem like a large number. However, we also are ready to bring to council in the very near future a levying bylaw so that we can bill out what we're calling round one. So we're ready to collect from the communal ratepayers, including Norfolk County and residents. We'll be billing that out in 2020, as well as throughout 2020 we will finish reconciling and receive engineer reports, and we'll be bringing back another a round of billing. So by the end of 2020, the table on page 2 will indicate to council that that drain contingency fund that is transferred from levy will be in a deficit position. And then further in 2021 to 2022, once additional drain tenders and construction is completed, there will be another estimated $2 million that will be deemed as municipal work. So it's important for us to, prior to budget conversations, talk about that deficit and the annual transfer. Perhaps for council through budget deliberations, we'll consider increasing that transfer from reserve or from levy over to the drain contingency fund. Back in 2008, in 16 and 17, there was staff that was dedicated fully to reconciling drain maintenance, and that has been taken care of. The drain maintenance to date is up to date, and it is reconciled on an annual basis. So that was the progress that we made in 2016 and 17. In 2018, part of the function of determining the collectability was to identify how we were financially reporting drain construction. And at that time in the 2018 statements, staff brought forward the $8 million adjustment, and that was presented to council through the financial statements in July. And then in 2019, we completed the last phase of the reconciliation in that we determined the collectability of the accounts that were remaining. So today we have 118 open projects for the value of just over $8 million. Staff, financial staff, and drainage service staffs have worked throughout 2019 to categorize where each of the 118 projects sit in the construction life cycle of a drain, and we now feel that we have a best plan forward in order to collect those, and we've outlined that in the report. And that's what the report indicates for you today. We are set, drainage services is set to tender 9 projects this year in 2020. So we'll be seeing up to 9 projects commencing in 2020 and 2021 construction. And those are the projects that would increase the deficit in the drain contingency account. And then after that, everything will be current. We'll have 39 projects that is more manageable by drainage and more reasonable with the expectation that we would see with the number of drains that we have in the municipality, the drainage services would maintain going forward with any new petitions. In regards to interest costs, the Municipal Act isn't very clear. It's not very specific, but it does have different spaces within the Act and within their drainage manual where it talks to the municipality's ability to add interest charges for the temporary debt financing. It's the municipality's privilege to cash flow the drainage construction as it goes through the life cycle, and in turn the Drainage Act does enable the municipality to recoup the cash management investment that would be lost, and it would be staff's recommendation that going forward with the 39 projects that are left outstanding and all new drain petitions, that we would recommend that council approves today, setting an interest rate. We've recommended that the accounts that are currently on the books that are ready to bill out in 2020 not include interest, as that has been past practice of Norfolk County through time. And then it would be Finance's recommendation to charge the interest on all projects going forward so that we can offset some of that cash management. That's what I have, the meat and potatoes, the boring accounting stuff that's in the report. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues in Drainage Services if they wanted to add any additional information on the status in which we are presenting in the report.
Through the chair to council and guests. Yeah, in regards to municipal drains, we have projects dating back as far as the start of the county, 2001. We have a couple stragglers from pre-county dates that are more of an accounting adjustment, that there was outstanding costs left in the account that never did get closed. Those are going to be moved to the proper accounts. We have a whole list of pending projects, anywhere from engineers have just been hired and we have no invoices to date or minimal invoices to date, right up to we have projects just pending a completion certificate that we haven't received from the engineer. We can't build the drains until we have a completion certificate, and the practice of receiving the grant from the Ministry of Ag and Food for the agricultural lands as well. So from the whole, we had the 118 outstanding projects. This will dwindle this down quite a bit. There will still be, our drainage clerk, Krista Van Pamela, is very particular about how the accounts come and go with us, and she keeps track of every cent and is very extremely useful in this project. I wouldn't be able to spend that time that she does on this project, so kudos to her and Denise to wrap some of this information up and summarize it in a legible table. It's still, some of it's confusing to me. I just know we need to do the work. We need to follow up with the reports and exactly what they say, and then we hand it to the financial people that are smart in that angle.
Okay, thank you, Denise and Bill. And Jason, any questions to staff? Mayor Chop.
Thanks, Councilor Martin. Well, first of all, thank you for coming forward with this. I don't think that it's, I don't believe it's easy for a second for any of you to bring this forward. I guess my first question would be, you know, I want to stop worrying about what has happened in the past and start looking how this council's repairing things moving forward, and it's reports like this that are coming forward that are helping us to move forward and to get to that point. But what other assurances, like now that we're seeing this is the second multi-million-dollar write-off that we have, first $8 million and now 2.4, what further assurances does council have that this isn't going to happen again moving forward?
Through the chair to Mayor Chop, the relationship that's been created, I believe, through 2019 with financial services working closely and financial services having now the expertise understanding the Drainage Act and working with Drainage Services, that relationship has been bonded, it has been made. So we are very certain that in our analysis of the 118 projects with the actions that we have put forward for council to make decision on, the projects are collectible that are going to remain on our books. We have a lot of billings that are going to go out in 2020 to ratepayers, and those billings are going to come back with some difficult questions from the communal residents in respect to the length of time. So we're going to still have hard conversations through 2020. However, the communication is happening. We now know what is in each account. We have categorized them in the construction life cycle and will be reconciled on an annual basis. The same way we do with the drainage maintenance, financial services will have ongoing conversations so that we can continue to move forward where the engineering report is, the timing of the billing back out to the communal ratepayers, and collection of the cash flow management.
Sorry, I'll just to give further certainty to it, and if you look at the practice, drain maintenance accounting was also not best practice. There's been processes between finance and drains to clean that up, and it has been successfully reconciled on now it's going forward as part of normal course activity. This is the next one. The construction activity would be the next one. It's going to go into the process, and the process will be maintained through it. So now that there's people who are essentially assigned the responsibility, and that there's formal reporting to it, it's much more difficult for it to go sideways as it had in the past.
So now that we're looking at projecting a deficit in the drainage contingency, which shouldn't be a surprise, I suppose, how will we be better prepared for that moving forward? And should that not have been known before going into this year?
I'll take the beating on this one. The short answer is we're not prepared for it. Should we have known? The short answer is yes. The ones that are the billing round 1 and 2 are things that were there that we knew or relatively knew what the cost of the municipality would have been. It is something that needs to be put into the overall reserve strategy and how we fund our reserves at the county. So unfortunately, it's another challenge the county will face during this budget process and future budget processes.
Just another reserve fund that's completely depleted. And I guess the final question I have then for you would be, in terms of the 39 projects that are currently under review, what is the exposure that we have to those 39?
Through the chair to the mayor. In regards to the 39 projects, we have each of those projects are pending a report from the engineer. It could be as simple as here's a couple $1,000s to wrap up a project, get it off the books, or it could be, we'll hopefully never get into the range of a couple of our bigger projects, but a couple $100,000 a project. But what we don't know at this stage is what portion of the project would go to Norfolk County levy versus the landowners involved in the drains. Just the realm of how the projects are moving forward, the environmental complications and design changes relating to drains anymore is changing the scope of how some of the engineers are assessing these out. So to even estimate out of those 39 projects how it's going to impact the levy or the county itself is, at this stage, until a report is finalized, is nearly impossible for us to estimate. We can generally say that the assessment to the county has been increasing over the years under engineers' reports, and cost relative to the act that says specifically the county shall pay these costs or not. But on the individual reports, it depends on the final design report.
Just one final question, Chair, if you don't mind. And sorry, and how old are some of these projects?
Through the chair, the mayor. The one project that we have was started in 2001. In regards to the 39 here, I don't have the table in front of me, but it may be one of those projects. The one pending is 2009 that we're sitting on, and it's just we have not received a final report from the engineer as of to date to wrap those up.
But again, moving forward, council can be assured that the certificates of completion will come in, that things will be billed out, that we'll be staying on top of things.
Yes, as an automatic in our process from time immemorial, I can't even say, from the start of the process, an engineer appoints a council, or an engineer. Council appoints an engineer. The engineer does his job, submits a report to council. At that stage, the council accepts or rejects the report. If the report's passed under bylaw, then we have the procedure to go to tender and build the drain. The delay that we're seeing nowadays is the from the time the engineer is appointed to the time a report goes to council. Once it goes to council, we know exactly what the cost is going to be, who's paying it, with the exception of the final tender price. But it will say who is paying what at that stage. So under those, he says so.
Okay, but a project that's several years old is more than just an engineer providing a certificate of completion. There's more things that have gone wrong in that chain since 2001, or some of them.
Through the chair. Yes, the act is quite specific that a report should be completed within a year, unless otherwise extended through the reporting process. Some of these projects have fallen off the rails or gone into multiple design revisions based on the landowner public meetings or landowner input that we have. Internal process that we meet with the engineers, we meet with the landowners many times to try and avoid any appeals before it gets to council. Those processes can delay projects years, and sometimes the projects have just fallen off the rails completely and just lost priority with the engineers or something.
Just through the chair, one of the reasons why staff is recommending an interest charge to be put on this is once you start assessing interest, it's in everybody's best interest to wrap up these projects quickly. If there's no interest being charged, and they're just going to get their cost assessed back to them anyways, the ability for the county or other people to put pressure on the engineer to complete his work or to not drag things out, because at the end of the day, it's the county holding the bag on all the money up until the time it gets built. So today, the county is essentially holding out cash of $8 million. And it's hard to make the motivation, but if there's interest being charged that the landowner knows he's eventually going to be responsible for, there's increased motivation from the third party to ensure that things move quickly. And that's one of the reasons why the interest charge is being recommended. It's not just to recover our costs, but it's to also ensure that there's discipline put into the process so that people ensure that they make their decisions quickly and efficiently moving through.
Just in the landowner's defense, they actually have to be billed, though, by the county.
Through the chair, that is correct. That's why our recommendation is for the past stuff, we're not charging any interest. For stuff moving forward, we will charge the interest because it would be unfair, frankly, to charge interest on 8-year-old projects where, as I say, there's probably, if you started pointing fingers at who's to blame, everyone would run out of fingers. So to avoid that issue, we will just draw the line in the sand and move forward.
And one final question, I promise this time. Just in terms of the uncollectible projects, is anything of noteworthy on those? People have sold their, oh, I guess no. You're still able to collect even on a property that's been sold in the meantime.
Through the chair, yet this in the line item, there's about 125,000 that we're saying is not collectible or recommending for a write-off. That's a total, I think it's 26 projects where in some instances the municipality signed a petition for a drain, sat on the books. We found a couple that the roads department or engineering department have replaced the roads or the storm drains or the road ditches in the area, and the projects are not worth doing or carrying forward under the act. There's a couple projects where it's just not feasible. It's probably better just to close these projects, make them go away. Then they are not costs that would be recoverable from the landowners. They would be to Norfolk County or as a Norfolk County land or a road assessment if the project was to come to fruition at council. So we're just recommending at this time that those projects be closed, clean up the paperwork and get them off the books.
And do we have an indication how many of the properties may have transferred hands from a job that was done years prior and now the property has been sold? Do we have any indication of that yet? How many angry phone calls we're going to get?
Through the chair, at this stage, we have not, from the date these projects are started to the date they're ready to bill, we get calls probably all too often that the ownership has changed and it hasn't been disclosed. We do put them on the taxes as a special note that property charges may apply. If the landlords contact us during a sale, we have costs to date and what their assessments under the reports are, if they are available, and we will provide them a lawyer's letter saying this is the pending cost or potential cost to their projects. We do quite often get it that it is not disclosed, but going forward, the assessment is to the land, not to the owner of the land at the time. It can be built into sales agreements, but it's not something that we do track.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, a question to staff, and I'm not sure who exactly to ask this of, but on page 5 of the report and page 59 of our council agenda package, under interdepartmental implications in that first paragraph, about 2/3 of the way down on the right-hand side, there is a sentence there that reads, integration of our work orders with Pearl for drain maintenance, billing, and grant reporting. I'm not clear, is Pearl an accounting software? Is that some engineering term that I'm not familiar with?
Through the chair. Pearl is the county financial tracking software we use. It's a bit more of an asset management, work management program. We track every bit of work that's done on any drain in that program. We have work orders, photos, everything of what we've done in that program. And in the end, it spits out a report for us saying this is the billable time or materials that have been used on the drains.
I see, Bill. So that's actually the name of the software. Okay, so probably it should have been uppercase P, I think. Okay, and my second question, if I can, Madam Chair. On that same page, it indicates at the very bottom, the last two sentences indicate that staff turnover for engineering firms are engineers that have retired, municipal staff, and past drainage superintendents retiring leaves holes in the history of a project. New or existing staff have to spend a considerable amount of time familiarizing themselves with where a project left off. I'm just a bit curious as to why that circumstance exists, and I guess it goes to a little bit of the sort of the history of these projects. Is it not standard practice for engineers or staff who are retiring or leaving to leave documentation or files for the next person to come along in that order of succession?
Through the chair. Yes, we've had a lot of changeover in the last several years. I started in 2007. I've got quite a bit of history on the projects I've been working on. Chris Dunn started, say, 5-6 years ago. Still find old, like these 2001 projects or prior projects. Sometimes they're led by the previous superintendents or the previous engineer, and we're digging through archives to figure out where. We have records retention, we have access of information electronically now. We've been working into, we have the majority of our plans and reports scanned, so we don't have to dig in the archives in the basement to try and find what we're looking for. So we're getting a good grasp of what we have out there, but every time you turn around, another little project pops up.
Well, and Madam Chair, just one more. So then, Bill, I will take it that we are much better now at being able to fill in those gaps for future?
Through the chair, definitely, yes. Our records retention for drains, we have records back to, I found one from 1870 in the basement. It's all scanned, so we don't have to dig and possibly lose the paperwork. But we're cleaning a lot of that up, and it's sort of as we go through each project. Krista is very particular about keeping everything very organized, very clean, and we shouldn't have those problems going forward.
Councillor Rabbit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, my question also is revolving around drainage and engineering. In our agenda, we have a wonderful information package memo that does list some facts about municipal drainage, and in line with what Councillor Michelli has asked regarding bench strength in engineering, there's also an acute shortage of engineers that are qualified to do this work in our area. If we look at the challenges with engineering, it's on page 67 of the agenda. It explains that in the last 6 years, just sort of as a snapshot, there's 17 engineering firms, 34 individuals have submitted at least one engineering report, and of those 17 different firms, only 6 of these firms actually operate within an hour and a half drive of Norfolk County. I've seen reports come through that have 4 or less actually bidding and successfully getting to that second envelope for different projects, and I'd like to acknowledge that there is a shortage in terms of our geographic area for engineers to actually complete a lot of this work to have that seal and finalize a project. So I think that's a nuance that shouldn't be missed when we're discussing this. And I know that we've approached this sort of from a different lens than the problem that we have in the labor market regarding qualified engineers. My question for our staff is there anything that they would like to elaborate on in that information package regarding the availability of engineers? I've heard that there's a few projects that are being held up for the simple fact that we don't have someone with that seal to write off that the project has been completed. And if there's a lack of engineers that are qualified, that are within driving distance to come and do that work for us, I would hate to see projects be delayed for the simple fact that we're waiting for someone that's qualified and has that seal. Is this something we could potentially take in-house? Is there any way to expedite those projects? I imagine that they do have an impact on the cost incurred by the county.
Through the chair. I'm currently with the Drainage Superintendents Association of the province and working with the Land Drainage Engineers Association. They recognize the shortage. They've been reaching out to universities and colleges trying to get more young students involved in municipal drains. There's fact sheets, articles put out on a regular basis trying to encourage the work. It doesn't seem to gain interest too much across the province. It's a very niche bit of work. You do get your head chewed off quite often, whether it be the landowners on one side of the table or the other, or council or staff. You have to have tough skin when you're a drainage engineer, and there's a lot of engineering firms that work with us that are constantly seeking new engineers. There's a lot of old engineers that are working their way out, but they're still working at 70, 80 years old doing these municipal drain reports. In the past, there are several drains on our list that Norfolk County was appointed for. We do not have an engineer on staff that will author a drainage report. If it gets into assessing more than one property or including Norfolk County, that's a conflict of interest that we wouldn't be able to produce those reports in-house anyway. We would have to go to an outside firm. But we've tried different ways. We're also now more looking at what we can do through maintenance versus hiring engineers, scrutinizing the process, where we can shave corners to make things easier. We try to do some in-house inspection if we have the time and staff to do it, but it's the more we can alleviate the engineers, or the more we're not on their back. The next municipality is calling them as well right now too. So there's a lot of angles of how to improve that across the province. Everybody's stretched to their maximum in regards to that.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was also going to draw the attention to that report and thank the staff who wrote it, and maybe pass on to the clerk's department that they should save that and insert it in the council orientation package for new councillors, because that's about the best explanation I've ever seen on how the Municipal Drainage Act works. And thank you again to staff for bringing it forward here.
I thought you were going to comment and say that you have a similar job description. Councillor Michelli.
Madam Chair, I would want to echo Councillor Van Passen's comments. I thought this was a very useful report in terms of the one big question that we get a lot from constituents is why do these projects take so long? And obviously that's been the nature of our discussion today. And this lays out those items very nicely. In addition, I do like the reference to the fact that now we have to be even more careful for a feel of appeal to these projects to tribunals. So even more time is spent. So it's very useful, and I really appreciate the offer at the end of the report for a training session for council on municipal drains. And perhaps we can take you up on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, any further questions to staff? Seeing none, we do have a recommendation in front of us. Would someone like to move that or move an alternative? Councillor Rabbit?
We'll move staff's recommendation.
And a seconder, Counselor Geisens. That staff report FS 20-0, wrong one. That staff report FS 20-02 drain construction financial and project update be received as information, and that staff be directed to annually charge interest for the cost of temporary financing to all new and existing drain construction costs that have not been identified to be levied in 2020, equaling the posted Infrastructure Ontario rate plus 1%, and further that council approve the write-off for this project that have been deemed uncollectible by drainage services in the amount of $125,061.63. And any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? Carried. Okay, we have the option for a very, very brief break. If we would like to take it, deputations are here and ready to begin. So looking to council for 2 minute break. Okay, we'll be back. Alrighty. Are we ready to begin?
Do I have to?
Feels good. Okay, if we're ready, everybody can settle in. We'll move on to deputations. 7A, William Murray Natural Gas Expansion to Normandale. What do I have to say here? A couple minutes. A reminder to the deputations, our procedural bylaw allows each deputation to speak for 5 minutes, and I will let you know when there's 1 minute remaining. You can just push that button.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I live in Normandale, and we do have a Normandale Neighborhood Association, and we are attempting to get natural gas in the area. So in 2018, the provincial government brought in a natural gas expansion plan, and they did 4 or 5 pilot programs, one in Chatham-Kent, one up north, to expand natural gas to rural areas, native reserves, and up north. So between 2021 and 2023, the government is expected to spend $130 million on expansions in different areas. So between Normandale and Turkey Point, we would like to see a line brought in to service. It was tried before a couple of years ago, nothing really happened. It's rather expensive, about $2 million. Obviously, we know the council's not going to be on the hook for that, but the government is chipping in roughly about half that money now. So if we can have the government chip in, that brings it down to a much more affordable level. Just going through Turkey Point and counting propane tanks, there's about 300 homes there that are using propane right now. Normandale, there's about 80. The fishery hatchery, the Normandale Fish Hatchery, would obviously be interested in something like that, and there's about 10 businesses. And on Charlotteville Road 2, which is probably where the line would come according to Union Gas, there's 18 homes and farms that could all be hooked up, which would allow expansion of greenhouses and that kind of thing. So what we need to go forward, Union Gas is now working with the Turkey Point Association. I just found this out today. So they're trying to figure out how many people will be involved in it. So I haven't been able to get any information back from them on how that's working. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. But for the government to back us on this, we need the council to want to get this done. So that's why I came here to talk to you guys, see if we can get your non-financial but backing on this and put some pressure on our MPP to try to get us on the list. The government's going to spend that $130 million. Might as well get some of it spent in Norfolk instead of everywhere else. That's it.
Perfect. Any questions? Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not going to be a question, it's going to be more of a statement, because conveniently the mayor and I met with Enbridge this morning at 10 a.m. To discuss exactly this matter. And Enbridge is they bought out Union Gas, so Enbridge is the gas supplier. The Turkey Point project is one of their top priorities. They will be putting an application into the Ontario Energy Board to see if they can get some of that funding. That process takes until about August, where it moves on to the minister's office. It is actually the minister who picks the projects. So hopefully before fall we will know whether that project is eligible. I brought up the question of whether they could add Normandale into that, the layout of that project, and they assured me that they would, and that the engineer and the rep from Enbridge were going to drive through Normandale yet today and sort of eye up the situation. So your Ward 4 councillor, your mayor, we're going to bat for Normandale this morning already, and for the whole community of Turkey Point. So, and I should throw in, we also discussed the possibility of Long Point as well at the meeting, and that's still in the works with Enbridge as well. So, I hope that helps.
Perfect. Thank you.
Shop.
I guess it would just be another comment on that as well. I think with Normandale, there were still some hurdles to overcome Turkey Point was their priority place, but I guess my suggestion with that would be reaching out and even writing the Minister of Energy, that's Bill Walker, and getting as many people as you can to send a letter in that direction, because it's going to be a matter of who ultimately is going to be the recipient of those funds. So for Enbridge, we're one of the top. They said we had one of the best, strongest economic cases in Turkey Point for them to present. It was one of the ones they wanted to move forward with. But again, that's going to be a decision that's going to be up to the ministers to decide. So all the pressure that you can put in that direction would be beneficial.
Because I know, again, I was talking with a guy from Union Gas that once it comes into Turkey Point, it's much easier to get us on board in Normandale, because the line runs, we run the 8 or 10 kilometers to Turkey Point Road, and then we would hook up to it. So if it doesn't go to Turkey Point, they obviously won't run it to us.
Well, they did say that they were going to go back and that they were going to look at seeing what it would take additional cost-wise and stuff to be able to run it to Normandale from there. So.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for coming. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the deputation as information? Councillor Rabbits and Councillor Van Passen. And all in favor? It's carried. And the next deputation we have, sorry, Councillor Columbus.
Should we not have a motion, a recommendation motion to forward to the Minister of Energy in support of the project proposal, Turkey Point and Normandale?
Sure. I'm looking over at Steph.
And send that to the Minister of Energy, I believe, and copy to our MPP.
Great. Mover, seconder for that direction. Councillor Taylor, seconded by, is that Councillor Columbus? Okay. And all in favor? And that's carried. Okay with that, Steph? You've got it.
I guess just one further comment, if I could. I believe that we are having a meeting with the Minister of Energy as well at Roma.
Perfect.
Great
timing.
weird twist. It wasn't intentional, but it's working out well now.
Great. Okay. Andrew Gunn. Andrew Gunn Consulting, on behalf of Downtown Simcoe BIA, we'd like to welcome you up to the podium to speak respecting Downtown Simcoe. A reminder, you've got 5 minutes, and I'll let you know when you've got about a minute left.
Well, Mayor Chop, members of council, county staff, thanks for the opportunity to be here this evening. My name's Andrew Gunn. This is Maddie King. Together we run a consulting firm called Andrew Gunn Consulting. It includes an in-house media outlet that's called Young and Free Press that features teenagers as the journalists. Maddie's one of the teenagers. Beginning in September, we started a collaboration with the Downtown Simcoe BIA, and the focus is on generating social media content to promote businesses downtown, develop ideas for urban renewal projects, and then work with private sector donors and sponsors to attract funding to support those projects. We aim to engage young people as part of the process along the way. So for Norfolk County, this has meant that we added a local teenager to our team recently. So say hello to Hayden Miller-Clucky, who lives in Port Dover and attends school here at Simcoe Composite. So tonight we just want to give a brief update on what we hope to accomplish in downtown Simcoe this year. First, happy to report that we've really enjoyed working with the Downtown Simcoe BIA. It's been a pleasure, real positive spirit among the board members. I would like to acknowledge especially Cam Carter, who's the board chair, and Michelle Bland, the general manager, for setting the right tone. We've got some new board members, Jess Bomarito, Tiffany Neese, Suzanne Earls, and others who've really done a great job of adding energy and ideas to the mix. We spent some time throughout the fall just evaluating what we saw happening downtown, just walking the area. There's a lot of empty storefronts. The lighting's inadequate in certain areas. There's a noticeable lack of green space or public gathering spaces inside the BIA boundaries. Some nice parks obviously nearby. Simcoe has one thing that a lot of communities lack in Ontario, or small communities lack. That's predictable foot traffic. Town nights for farm workers on Thursday and Friday nights through the summer, that's a fascinating social experience. And I'm not sure that we're capitalizing on it sufficiently. So that's something that we focused on. The thing that maybe alarmed us the most was the absence of youth. Outside of a few businesses, there's not a lot of things drawing this age group downtown. So we wrote an article recently called What We've Learned About Downtown Simcoe in Norfolk County that you can find on our website. With all this in mind, we wanted to just develop some projects that could help activate the downtown. These are small, relatively inexpensive enhancements that we think will gradually help change the way that the downtown's perceived. Maddie.
We noticed right away that when artists started to add murals in the alley that runs between Robinson, Kent, and Peel Streets, and lights were added too, there was a change in how the space was being viewed and used. Basically, this is becoming an outdoor art gallery and event space, specific and unique to the community, and we are working right now to assemble more funds to add large-scale landmark murals to downtown Simcoe.
I go to Simcoe Comps School. At lunch, a lot of students go out, mostly turning right for the fast food restaurants on Queensway. And there's nothing wrong with that, but we feel that there's an opportunity to start encouraging students to turn left sometimes and go downtown. We felt like we could start encouraging that by bringing some games outdoors and adding colorful, comfortable seating downtown. So look for outdoor ping pong tables and other games along with bright Muskoka chairs popping up around the downtown area. If we continue to put together artwork, games, and other cool visuals, we will start to draw people in and they will explore the downtown a bit more.
Recently, we also purchased a film projector through the BIA, and in collaboration with the library, hope is to start hosting some outdoor movie nights downtown. So just lots of things to help draw people downtown. There is one important thing that we want to add, and this is really the main reason that we're here tonight. It's our understanding through the BIA and in consultation with county staff that there's been a bit of a challenge in launching and maintaining patio programs in Norfolk County. And we really love the pop-up patios that have been introduced in Hamilton and Toronto, a growing number of small communities as well. And these are built by a company called Pop-Up Patios in Hamilton. And we wanted to bring this concept to Simcoe. For our purposes, we'd like to start by placing a couple of these patios on side streets downtown and programming the spaces for events. So game nights, mini concerts, art shows, just to bring some energy and coordination to the street life. And we've met with some of the local farmers and agricultural businesses in the area, and we have secured some financial contributions to help make this happen for spring, summer, and fall 2020. So our request tonight is very simple. We're asking Norfolk County Council to encourage staff members to work with us in a collaborative way on all these projects, and especially the patios. We understand, of course, that policy matters in the public sphere. We'd like to suggest that the experiences that we have in the coming year with patios and events downtown can help inform a renewal of policy and bylaws for downtown areas moving forward in Norfolk. But that's really the sum of what we had in mind tonight. We're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
That's great. Thank you for coming. I love that turn left. That could be something. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Martin. Through you, thank you guys for coming. Great to see you out, Hayden. So with the programming of these patios, what types of events? I know in meetings we mentioned a handful. I just wonder if you guys could explain what we're hoping to see on them.
Right, so we're thinking specifically about different user groups in the downtown. So we've spent a bit of time consulting with the farm workers that come here. I mean, you have thousands that come to Norfolk County each year. We asked them what they would want downtown. That was an interesting discussion, and we've enjoyed that. So we're thinking about programming specifically for some of the games and themes that the Trinidadian workers, Jamaican workers, Mexican workers were interested in doing on those patios. Additionally, for students, so Hayden's on your Norfolk Youth Council here. We've talked to some other students in the area, and we're looking to involve the youth to actually curate concerts and events on those patio spaces downtown. Beyond that, for use for anyone living and working downtown. Imagine just sort of the patio spaces, bright Muskoka chairs, picnic tables, take your lunch out there, take your laptop out there, and get out on the street. But just that bit of coordination that's necessary to make that look official and not just random. So that's what the patios accomplish.
Any further questions? Mayor Chop?
Not a question, just a statement. I just want to apologize that I haven't reached out to you guys yet. I'm just so excited that you are involved in all of this now, and I truly believe that if you guys can't do it, nobody can do it. But I know that it can be done, and I'm so excited from the moment that I heard of your involvement. So.
Well, thank you very much. The pleasure for me in this. I'm getting older. These guys are 15, 16, 17 years of age. So the balance of perspective, where I've been doing this sort of work for a while and reasonably know how to get things done. The this is all ideas and energy over here. So it's been nice to be able to ask them what will actually attract young people downtown. What are you looking for? And then trying to balance that out and make those things real. And then have a storytelling device through all our social media channels to tell the story. And I guess the main thing that we've really recognized with Norfolk County is that this is kind of a remarkable situation that you have as you're transitioning from the old tobacco farm economy. Agriculture is still number one, we get that, but wow, tourism, the tourism potential of this area. So we really just kind of keep having in our minds that to be able to elevate the downtown areas in the county, to be running at the same pitch as the breweries, wineries, beaches, the other destinations around the community. That's really important. You need the downtowns humming. So this is our part to try and make that happen in downtown Simcoe. And I think some of the ideas and some of the things that we're putting in place in Simcoe, you can then transport to other downtowns around Norfolk and really engage everybody. So thank you. Yeah, we're enjoying it.
Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, and through you. So we do have a patio policy coming forward. How long after we get that in front of us, how long do you guys need to be able to have the patios built, in place, and in use, programmed? What's the time frame look like?
Okay, so we're on board for a year, right? So we're trying to make an impact in the time that we have. The interesting thing about pop-up patios is that basically you lease the patios. They install them, they remove them, they maintain them, they store them. It solves all the problems that typically come up with trying to install patios on the streets. So what we're doing is saying like, okay, where can we put these and what's the time frame? So really, any time now, we just have to notify them of how many patios and where. So my hope is if this can be sort of mid-February or so, then that'll give us enough time. And you want them in place for May when the weather's warm.
Thank you. I was hoping we'd get that. There's a company that's dealing with every aspect of it out of that, so.
Yeah,
Perfect.
yeah. I like those nice, tidy solutions. Yep.
Why only a year? What do we have to convince you to stay for longer than a year?
So believe it or not, we're working in a number of different municipalities. This is something Maddie and I have been working together for about 2 years, and we've started sort of engaging with other municipalities to do the same thing in multiple places. So for now, this is the engagement from beginning in September into September this year, and we'll make the best impact that we can, and then whatever happens from there happens. Makes sense? Yeah.
Well, that's great. Thank you, guys. I see you all over social media. You're doing a great job, not only supporting downtown Simcoe, but I would say all of Norfolk. And I can see the collaborative effort, the way that you just kind of facilitate when you bring groups together. So I'm sure that you'll leave a lasting impact on Norfolk and the community, much more than just patios and games. So thanks for coming. I guess now we'll just get a mover and a seconder to receive the deputation as information. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Rabbit, and any further discussion? All in favor? That's great. Thanks. Any direction that anyone wants to put forward to some staff, or are we comfortable? Councillor Taylor?
I do have a quick question. When are we expecting the patio report forward? I know I just want to make sure that they know that before they do take off.
So I have been given the work product of other staff who've been working on this since I understand last summer. And I'm not sure if we had intended to put it forward at the CIC, so the next CIC meeting or at the actual council meeting, but one of those two meetings. Yeah.
Looking at February.
Okay, great. Deputation C, item C. I now invite Pat Karsgaard and Janice Long, residents in the neighborhood by the South Coast Auto Laundry, to the podium to speak to their deputation respecting noise, pollution, and health concerns. Just a reminder to the deputation, you have 5 minutes, and I'll remind you about the 4-minute mark. You're just going to want to push that button on the podium there.
Here we go again. I'm Pat Karsgaard, and I live at 514 Main Street in Port Dover. I'm here to talk a bit about noise pollution and the impact it has on our health, with specific reference to the South Coast Auto Laundry's dryer. The World Health Organization defined the following as critical concerns from environmental noise. 1, cardiovascular disease, cognitive impairment in children, sleep disturbance, hearing impairment, tinnitus, and annoyance, in particular, high levels of annoyance, because these result in our stress response, better known as the fight or flight response. Okay. That's what it looks like. I can barely see it from here, but I hope you have a handout. Anyways, I'm just going to go through it. That's what the body looks like. So what happens is, following high levels of annoyance, we have an alarm reaction. That's the first stage. That's a trigger. Our heart rate increases. Our adrenal glands release cortisol, and you receive a boost of adrenaline. Next is the resistance stage. When stress is not resolved, the body continues to secrete a stress hormone, and blood pressure remains elevated. Irritability, frustration, and poor concentration are signs of the resistance stage. The last stage is exhaustion stage. Prolonged stress will lead to hopelessness. Signs of exhaustion, which include fatigue, burnout, depression, anxiety, and decreased stress tolerance. I have these handout sheets with me. I made enough for everyone, but I was going to show the diagram, but I now can see I can't read it. So that's basically what happens with that response. Next, so solutions and goals. We would like you to recognize that noise is a contaminant. It's identified in the Environmental Protection Act. Treat noise pollution as a serious health concern, and recognize that 508, where Janice lives, 514, where I live, are noise-sensitive dwellings. Recognize that the dryer at the South Coast Auto Laundry is a source of noise pollution for all area residents. Eliminate and substantially reduce noise levels from this dryer. And last, concluding thoughts. Children, adults, and seniors in our area and the area surrounding the car wash dryer have been unnecessarily subjected to noise pollution. People feel helpless when no actions are taken to deal with the problem. Our quality of life is generally eroded by noise emanating from this car wash dryer. And as Norfolk citizens, we would like council to take actions similar to those for the Caledonia and the Kingsville, Ontario car wash establishments. And please make changes that support our health and well-being, the health and well-being of everyone in this area. That includes residents, businesses, people who work in that area. And it's a critical health concern, and we actually are begging and pleading for you to please do something.
1 more minute left, Pat.
All right, could we please show the video?
Sure. Yes.
Does everybody have that?
Can I just tell you while you're looking for the video? I live across the street. I've lived across the street for over 70 years. Oh, here's the video. Oh, no, it's not. The video when?
Can we dim the light? I don't know. I'm hoping the tech person will. the sound and the duration. It's 1 minute, often every 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much for coming forward. Are there any questions to the deputation? Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies, thanks for your presentation. My question, I guess, is I'm assuming that you have called our bylaw department about this
It's
notice.
not a bylaw issue. We learned that. It's exempt from the bylaw.
Okay, so
It's a planning decision-making process, which I think totally failed.
and so I just, if you had another opportunity, what is exactly you are asking council to do?
What I would like you to do is, the whole thing can be rectified very simply by requiring building modifications so that that wash-dry operation takes place in one soundproof enclosure. And if and until that happens, I'd like the car wash to be required to operate without the blowers. And I would really like council to make a commitment to take action in a timely manner. This has been going on for a long, long time, and we thought it was a bylaw issue. It isn't. It's a planning decision-making thing. And when they planned to put forward, I wasn't asked for any input. And yet, a few years ago, when a restaurant went in to get a liquor license, we were asked, how do we feel about it? When the fish and chip wagon was coming beside my place, how do we feel about it? And then just a couple of years ago, a billboard was going to be put on the side of the Masonic Hall. I was asked how I felt about it. This went in. I wasn't asked. And if I had been asked, I would have objected strenuously. So would the whole neighborhood. I swear. I mean, I don't swear. But I truly do believe that it wouldn't have been passed because of the reaction from the community, as well as the requirements from the province, which Paula will probably talk about, Paula, that there be a noise impact study. And I think if the community had had a chance to participate and say something before it went in, it wouldn't have gone in. And then the owner wouldn't have invested money because he would have known. Or if the requirement was that it be, if he wanted to go ahead, he would have built it with a soundproof enclosure. So I think that was the failure, but all along we thought it was bylaw. And we were wrong, but we were sort of encouraged to think it was bylaw.
There was a daycare. I bought the house that used to be the daycare in Fort Dover, if you know Fort Dover. And I bought it specifically because it had the capacity to be commercial residential. And I was moving a practice from Caledonia to here. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So I was moving a practice from Caledonia to here. So we went and had a look at the daycare. We bought the daycare. You
bought the house.
The house, sorry, yeah. And, then I sort of found out that there's no way that the girls who ran the daycare could have had the kids sleeping in the front rooms. There was too much noise. So noise pollution actually impacted their business.
That's why they moved, truly. That's why they moved. There were so many times they'd be in my yard, I'd be in their yard, it would be going, the kids would be crying. They couldn't operate. They really couldn't operate. And they tried to sell the place. Well, you maybe know that it was up for sale 3 times. It wasn't purchased. And then the price went down. They finally just got another place themselves, and then Pat and Torben came along and bought it. And they bought it in the winter, and Torben didn't hear very well, and so he didn't know about it, ... So.
I actually have a couple questions for you, and I know that Paula from Bylaw would like to chime in, but we'll close the deputation down in a few minutes, and then we'll be able to put some questions to staff, and you'll be able to hear some answers.
Okay.
But before we do that, you mentioned Kingsville and Caledonia,
Yes.
those operations. Can you share
So
information?
I put information in your package. They are almost identical. So in Caledonia, I lived in Caledonia, and Mayor Hewitt shut that car wash down until he complied. Where that car wash is almost identical to ours, except ours is far worse. I put in a map so you can see how close we are to the door. As I said, I'm guessing young families will buy our houses when we're gone, and they couldn't raise their kids there. They can't use the front bedrooms.
So more specifically, they've adhered with some type of filter for noise filtration on the establishment in Kingsville and Caledonia? Is
Yeah.
that the
So
information here?
The information I gave you kind of shows you what Kingsville did. It's almost identical to us. And in Caledonia, again, the interesting thing was it actually stated that staff of council, I guess they took measurements and judged, because it didn't look like a full report by an engineer. And they present it to the mayor, and they actually suggested to the mayor that he turn the guy down for an exemption. So we are so much like those two. I'm saying, please have a look at that. This is causing us serious health problems.
Kingsville had an arrangement with the officials, and the agreement was that the car wash would get permission to be there, but it had to have a certain sound level. I think it was something like 76 decibels. Well, when it was built, it exceeded that, and so because the car wash didn't follow or abide by the contract that was between it and council, they were required to build a wall to prevent it. So, and they actually knew in advance, and the town gave them permission. The owner failed to make it or to abide by it, and then he had to take action. In our instance, there was no agreement, and it just went in, and there we are.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions, Councilor Michelli?
Could I make one more point related to what we're saying? In September of this year, the wall a huge brick wall that was beside or attached to the adjacent building, and is the Esso, was pulled down. There's no wall. I put pictures in your package so you can see there is absolutely no wall now. And so it's become worse than ever. And I sent a letter to council and to everyone, and I know I spoke with Paula that it's become a serious health matter. There's nothing that even curbs the noise. So.
Okay, thank you.
The last thing is, I am the embodiment of all of the bad things that Pat described. I get anxious, agitated, depressed, annoyed, every single one of those things, and it isn't good. It's no good. Not for me, not for my husband, not for Pat, not for any of my friends, because all they do is about the car wash.
Okay, we'll let Councilor Michelli ask you a couple questions before you step away here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies, at the risk of asking the obvious question, you have had discussions with the owner about this?
Janice has.
I had a couple of discussions with him. The first time I met him, I said, "Hi, are you the owner?" And he said, "Yes, he was." And then my first said to him was that I hate it. I hate your car wash, the noise from the car wash. And he said, "Oh, well, that's too bad. Where do you live?" And I said, "Right across the street." And then I said how horrible it was, and he said, "Well, you know, this is a commercial residence. You had to have known that when you moved in." And I said, "Well, we moved in there in 1948, and I was a kid. I was little. And I would sit on the steps with my dad, and we'd be watching cars. And I'd be so excited. There was a colored one. You know, nobody thought in those days there would be anything like an automatic car wash with all the noise." And then it was a relatively cordial discussion, But he said that we were just in conflict. It was his business or my peace and quiet, and, too bad. And then he did say to me, in the next conversation that I had with him, he said, well, he wasn't really sure. He felt bad, and he may not have said that. But anyway, he did say, well, there's really nothing he could do except to buy me out. And I said, well, it's not for sale. Not yet, anyway.
And
I'm
so-
75, so it will be. But it's not right now.
So council is aware the next deputation that's been added to the agenda is the landowner. So we can pose questions as well to that individual and circle back to staff. But if there aren't any, are there any other questions to the deputation?
Could I comment on just what Janice said? You asked me a question, a question was asked over here if we had talked to the car wash owner. After I heard what Janice said, one of the things I know about conflicts is you have to focus on the problem. The problem was dryer noise, not the human who owns the dryer noise, but the dryer noise. You solve that, you solve the problem. So I didn't want it to skew my viewpoint. So no, I haven't talked to him.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions to the deputation. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to receive it as information. Councillor Huffman, Councillor Rabbit, and all in favor? And that's carried. And I'm just wondering if we should have the business owner come up, or if I should have you chime in here, Paula, on a few.
I just quickly wanted to indicate that we did look at it, and there were, I understand, some non-compliances with the bylaw for the use of the dryers outside of certain permitted hours, which our bylaw allows. I have since understood past that enforcement action that particular issue isn't an issue. So the business is complying with the hours in which it is authorized to use. So the issue then now remains that in the hours it can be used, are there any other tools or needed tools to address the noise during those hours? The current bylaw does in fact import decibel standards through the Ministry of the Environment, guidelines on noise, which were not really developed for, I'll call it, enforcement purposes. They were developed to avoid land use conflicts. So, and they don't bind us at the municipality. When they're used in that context, they are intended to guide us and help us decide when to permit something or not. So it is correct to say that at the end of the day, and this comes down to a land use conflict issue, and the better place to have dealt with it is at the point of planning. But it is not the only place. Our other challenge is enforcing decibel levels, and I have raised this, once or twice with some folks when it comes up. We have a very hard time enforcing that because we have a noise meter we don't have trained officers to use it. So it becomes a challenge from an evidentiary perspective. So those are the kinds of challenges we face in bylaw. My other thought is certainly I'm collecting a number of concerns that I've heard about noise, whether we're talking about dogs or dirt bikes or this kind of conflict, and what we could do to improve our noise bylaw to minimize that. So that requires a legislative response. But I just want to let you know that there may be solutions on a go forward for this particular site that require work. Let's just say I investigated every avenue around our existing system.
Just to clarify, we own the equipment to measure the decibels, but we do not have staff trained to use said equipment?
Correct.
I was under the impression that I was always actually told that we didn't own the equipment.
We do own the equipment. I won't say any more about the equipment at this moment, but we do own the equipment.
Sure. And so just thinking outside the box, are there bylaw staff in Haldimand County that could come down for a day and operate our equipment for us so that...
I have no idea if folks in Haldimand know how to use it either, but we're in a slightly more challenging position in respect of that equipment than I would like us to be at this moment, and I am trying to resolve that situation. And yeah.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you. Madam Chair, just a follow-up to that. The deputation gives a handout that refers to the Environmental Protection Act and the Environmental Protection Act. Is that the municipality's job to enforce?
No,
or
so
is that for someone else?
unfortunately, yes, it is defined as a contaminant under the Environmental Protection Act, and unfortunately, several years ago, the Environmental Protection Act was amended to exempt and streamline its approvals for what's known as an environmental compliance approval for noise and other environmental compliance approvals. I don't know if it was at one time required to have a C of A or a compliance approval, and now it isn't, but I can tell you that now it is not. It is exempt. So they do not require, under the Environmental Protection Act, an approval. So that is a problem, and that's a ministry provincial piece of legislation. I don't know why that's the decision. That is a policy decision taken at the provincial level.
Mayor Chop?
I think I'd like to hear from the landowner first, and then we'll come back to this.
Okay. Our next deputation, flip my page here. 7D, oh, sorry, that's not true. It is still Michael DeYoung, the business owner. Sorry, Mark, I don't have my paperwork in front of me. My apologies. You can just approach the podium there. You have 5 minutes, and I'll let you know when you're at about 4 minutes.
Yeah, excuse the attire here. I'm here on short notice. I was just made aware of this 2 days ago, and my wife asked me to come down here tonight. So I'm the owner of the car wash. I've been there 12 years with the dryer. So my neighbor, yes, did approach me about 6 months afterwards, but I have not heard from her since. Now that all these neighbors are complaining is also news to me. We built according to all the regulations. So for them to now say, hey, this isn't good enough, I'm a little frustrated. We would have built differently if this was part of what was required of us, if this was an issue. We built according to industry standards, according to Norfolk standards, and we did it well. So if you ask Tim Hortons, 10 years after they've built, that you don't like the smell that's coming from them, are you going to make them change? They built according to what was expected of them. We are in a commercial area. That is why we built there. There's also at least 4 identical dryers in Norfolk County. 2 here in Simcoe, 1 in Delhi, and possibly 1 in Cortland. The Caledonia is a farce. That was Cayuga that has an onboard dryer built on, and he had to deal with it. He's very similar to our car wash. He's almost identical. Okay? Caledonia has a dryer, operates the exact same as ours. With the doors open, same way. So does Hagersville. Hagersville is the identical dryer to us. So I think council can see here I'm a little frustrated. We've been there 17 years. 12 of those years was with an automatic. So if you want me to spend $200,000, let me know, because you're going to get one hell of a fight. We did what we were supposed to do by Norfolk County standards. I'm not sure what you want me to do, but I'm really frustrated. Any questions?
Well, I think at this point in time, we haven't asked you to do anything. I think this is just part of a public hearing process where people can come and air some concerns, and Pardon? From council? I'm sure there might be. in just a moment. And I am the counselor in that ward, and I don't necessarily think that the bylaw process always goes through a business owner per se, but I can tell you that I have had comments from the community since being elected about your location, and if they're not necessarily coming to you, that's they may have been directed to bylaw, and if bylaw hasn't updated you, that's part of the particular sequence of events. But I don't think it's typical that they would always come to a landowner per se. But thanks for coming. I think we would like to ask some questions of you and maybe have staff connect with you in the future. So are there any questions? Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Is there special exemptions on the hours of operations or special conditions on the hours?
We're not allowed to run from, I believe it's 11 to 8.
Later on, I'll ask some of the more experienced counselors. I think the other car wash at the other end of Dover had an issue, but that was only with the timing of it, right?
Yes, they were running 24/7, and they were not following the bylaw, and more or less said to council, well, it's too bad. And then council, I think, reprimanded them, and they did now change that.
Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to our deputation. Mark, thank you for coming down today on short notice. Do appreciate you appearing before us. I think I'm in information-seeking mode, so I hope you'll indulge me in asking you a couple of questions. Do you own or operate any other car washes, or is this the one location that is the primary site for your business?
This is the only location we have right now, but I am not looking in Norfolk County, but we are planning on building somewhere else yet.
Okay, thank you for that. Follow-up question regarding the amount of noise that is produced by the dryer. Are you aware, or have you taken any measurements yourself, being someone in the industry, the amount of noise that's produced by these dryers? What does maybe even like the manufacturer say?
So we're all valuable within specs. I mean, there's definitely, this is what's allowed, and the industry has a standard, and that's kind of what is put out. Now, every municipality is different, and some say, you can't have any. Norfolk County did not when we built.
Okay, and one more question. You had quoted a figure of $200,000. Is that what you believe would be required to dampen the noise?
That
what are some solutions?
I'm in construction, so I'm going by just rough figures. There's a very good chance that's what it's going to take, all depending if we have to move our gas, our hydro that's coming in, all that kind of stuff. And I mean, I'm just shooting off the hip here, so that's not a firm figure.
Any further questions? Okay. Oh, Councillor Michelli?
Madam Chair, Mark, is there something, short of that total solution that you would consider doing to perhaps make it a little bit more palatable situation?
There is not one. Plain and simple. You want to shut my business down? That's what it comes down to. We are not set up to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you for coming. You can grab a seat. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to receive the deputation as information. Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Rabbits, and all in favor. And that is carried. I guess I'm looking back over to you, Paula, to provide some comments on next steps in this situation. For the residents. It is a residential commercial mixed area. That is true. What options are in front of council moving forward?
I don't think I'm in a position to provide all the options at this very moment. I have a number of things I would like to clean up about the noise bylaw, and it would be part of an overall improvement on that point. I am unclear about what, if anything, can be done about this particular location. At this point, I have no sense if the numbers that were just provided are accurate. I understand what made this situation so much worse was the loss of that wall, because there is some kind of redevelopment happening. So I don't know if that redevelopment would put a wall back or what might happen at that particular site. And I can certainly explore with the planning department how we can at least avoid this kind of problem on a go forward, in addition to any changes that might happen within bylaw to improve our situation there. The reality is that the conflict is real, and I think it is serious, and it is also accurate to say that, you know, the business owner complied with everything he was asked to comply with. Conflicts still arise, even when people do that. And they sometimes arise 10 or 15 years later. That doesn't mean there isn't a conflict that deserves a response. It's just a question of finding, ideally, the right solution so that he can continue to operate his business and that the people who live there can continue to live there in peace. So I have ideas about potential options. I'm not in a position to provide with any concrete options other than to say if council would like this to become a priority, that is the review and update of the noise bylaw, then you can certainly direct me to do that. And I can also certainly be directed to work with planning staff to improve our planning process so we can avoid these types of conflicts and minimize them.
Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. But to our solicitor, even if we update the noise bylaw, we can't retroactively impose new regulations, can we, on an existing business like that?
I'm a little less clear how it works at a municipal level, but certainly laws can be retroactive. As a concept, you have to be very explicit when you choose to do that. The typical response is to not make them retroactive and to grandfather. That is the more typical response.
Madam Chair, if I could continue, like I've been out there, I've sat on the sidewalk across the street, I stopped in, unfortunately unable to meet either one of the first deputation, but yeah, the noise does exist, but the business is operating fully under all the conditions that were the rules of the game of the day, and I am pretty sure, yeah, they pulled about 16 feet off of the front of the building next door. I don't think they're putting it back because they've poured the sidewalk in front. I think they're just, so that, I think when the building next door was there at the gas station, that would funnel the noise toward the intersection and into the neighbor, or the Magic Mark parking lot and Lee's automotive parking lot, and not at the houses. As soon as that wall came down, yeah, the sound goes to the neighbors' houses. But again, the business owner is not doing anything that's in any violation of any one of our bylaws. It's uncomfortable for the neighbors, but that's just what it is, and I don't know how we're supposed to fix that. And I don't want to get into the car wash business and buy them out. So.
My concern, I certainly heard complaints from residents prior to the wall coming down. I think you're right. I think that probably is happening. It's louder and it's traveling farther now, but I definitely was contacted by the first deputation prior to the wall coming down, and they had been in talks with bylaw for months at that point in time. And this is after the election. This is very early on in the term. So I think that it has always been a problem, and the wall is kind of rather here nor there. Neither here nor there, but I am partly concerned that that what you've said is exactly true, that the business owner has done everything that we've asked of them, and my concern is, did we ask enough of them at that time? They're directly across from homes, but I guess that doesn't help the neighbors now. That doesn't fix the problem. I'm kind of at a loss with what a direction to send you with. If a review is necessary, I would want to see that done, but that I don't also feel that that's going to help provide any relief. And I think I'd rather see some options come forward for the residents.
So those options are simply not immediately obvious to me. And I think you can understand why from the comments you've heard tonight and the issues that arise. What we might have asked someone to do 17 years ago, what the rules were. Rules change, right? And, you know, that's also a risk inherent in running a business. So from that perspective alone, I'm not prepared to just say, well, we can't change the rules now or shouldn't. But in any event, it exists. I can certainly take a look at what options we might have, and council may choose to accept absolutely none of them and say that this is going to be the status quo and the options to resolve it are not suitable, and we're just going to have to accept it. But that doesn't prevent you or me from thinking about them and making a considered decision if that's what you would like.
Okay, thank you. Seeing nothing further. All right, we'll move on to the next deputation. I'd like to invite Mr. Trevally to the podium.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. I'm here as the chair of the Police Services Board. Police Services Board has representation from council. That includes the mayor and Councillor Columbus. It has two positions that are appointed by the province. One of those is vacant at the present time. We're waiting for that appointment to take place. The other one is Mr. George Santos, and of course myself, appointed by council. And in their wisdom, the PSB appointed me as chair. I'm not sure why. I'm here tonight. I told Barbara I'd be home for dinner, and I'm already late. So let me get through this. I'm here tonight to speak to two reports that are in your agenda, and they deal with matters of importance that the Police Services Board has before them, and they are coming to a culmination very shortly. The first one is the false alarm reduction bylaw, PSB 2020-1, and the related policy. It is not a council bylaw, it is a Police Services Board bylaw. The staff report provides a great deal of information to you, and it is important to focus on the following things. 95 to 97%, a statistic that is factual, of alarms are false. The PSB has been researching this issue for many months, and the proposed bylaw and policy are in line with what many other municipalities are doing, and both the OPP and the alarm industry are supportive. The current bylaw from 2008, get way ahead of myself, is administratively burdensome, and it establishes two categories of alarm systems, registered and unregistered, and causes a lot of administrative dealings in the back office with staff. With the enactment of this new bylaw and policy, the administrative burden of staff will be dramatically reduced. And our professional police officers can direct their attention to crime prevention and law enforcement issues, which are the primary issues contained in the Police Services Act. I will also add that the county solicitor has reviewed it and is supportive of it. The PSB tonight, when you hear the report, there will be a recommendation. We seek your support for the bylaw and policy, not your approval, your support. But we do seek your approval for the change to the fee schedule. And you're required to consider that and do that for us. Your meeting on the 21st of January will hopefully ratify the fee schedule, and amendments can be made. And then on the 22nd, the Police Services Board will meet, and hopefully we will approve, I don't have any doubt that we won't, approve the policy and the bylaw at that time. I will be recommending implementation date of March the 1st, and that will allow for a wide-ranging communications program to inform alarm owners, the alarm monitoring stations, the alarm industry in general, the OPP, and the general public. So as widely and broadly as we can, we will get the information out about the changes to the alarm bylaw. The second report I want to speak to, and I believe that the Deputy Clerk will be presenting this one, is the new proposed Norfolk County Community Policing Committee. Now, I've been here at this podium talking about both these issues in the past, and this one is important, and it does seek your approval for the terms of reference that have been drafted. We know that the existing committees out there have collapsed, lack of volunteers, and so the strategy is to create or establish a county-wide committee. Hopefully one representative from each ward. So we're asking councillors to reach out into their wards and find an appropriate representation for the Norfolk County Community Policing Committee. Also asking the clerk's office to expedite the application process and that council make their decisions expeditiously to the important committee that will be a linkage to the community. And I certainly am quite impressed by the young folks that stood here not too long ago, and hopefully there are some younger than me, of course, and younger than some of you folks, but hopefully that some of that will rub off and we will see some younger folks sitting on those committees, particularly this one. I'll take any questions.
Any questions, Councillor Rabbits?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Trevally. Growing up in a county household, my father would frequently be responding, Lee Rabbits, Superintendent of Parks and Facilities, when he retired, to false alarms. And being a very large employer in Norfolk County, having multiple locations and multiple sites for potential alarms to be going off, I'm not sure that we would be, charging ourselves, so to speak. And I'd be interested in what the repercussions are for a county-owned property should a false alarm go off and it's not promptly responded to. I can remember Christmas Eves that I've experienced where father would have the notification go off on his phone, and he would be the one more often than not to go down and get that alarm off before a false alarm was generated. And his impression was, that's going to be a bad stat. That's going to be some egg in my face, and it's going to be a chance for me to save OPP going out for an unnecessary call, because it could be something that didn't warrant that type of response, which we're trying to address here. And so I'd be interested from your perspective, what does that bad stat really look like if we have a false alarm go off, and how do we control maybe in-house? We need to be leading by example, I feel, and being a large employer, multiple locations, we should be the ones that we should holding ourselves to the higher standard, I believe.
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through you, Madam Chair. The question on billing, I'll deflect to the experts sitting over there in the corner, but the bylaw is the bylaw. And it does allow for an appeal process to take place if people don't think that the judgment of the constable that responded was fair. There is an appeal process. To your question specifically, the policy deals with issues of how to determine that the alarm is real or false. But let me reiterate, and I've said this many times, including to the inspector, when the call goes to the police, they will respond. So everything you can do up at the front end to verify whether it's somebody like your dad responding, and I remember it well, that's what you do.
I've heard it on good authority that although these false alarms happen quite frequently, they happen at the same locations time and time again. So I think an adjustment to the fee schedule might specifically help with that.
Yeah, there is a history, and certainly Mr. Cridlin, who's going to present the report, I understand, can speak to that. There is a history of repetitive false alarms from the same location. Once again, why we're going to have this communications program in place is to inform people, whether it's the first one or second one or the 10th one, you're going to get, and if it's false, you're going to get a $200 bill. Simple as that. So you better fix your alarm so that it operates correctly. You maintain your alarm so it operates correctly. Put in place whatever strategy you can to verify the alarm before the police are called. Because we want to move the very professional police officers to the front line for crime prevention and law enforcement instead of chasing false alarms.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One question I've always had about this, who decides whether it was a false alarm or not? Because I know of a situation, and I was actually involved with it, where the alarm was triggered, police showed up, nobody there.
Yep.
Half hour later, the alarm is triggered, police show up, nobody's there. Third time, alarm's triggered, broke in the house, stole everything because they knew exactly how long it takes for the police to show up. So they were in and out and gone.
Yep. Good question. I've dealt with that throughout my career in policing, law enforcement, and security and intelligence. And yes, that happens. However, The policy talks to how can you verify to the best of your ability as the alarm owner that it is a verified alarm or it's a false alarm. So it's going to take, I was in the business of monitoring alarms also, and we know that there is a key holders list. And we asked each of the alarm owners, who's going to respond? Give me a list of at least 2, we prefer 3 key holders that we can call to respond to that alarm and do what they have to do. So if you take the policy and you have the key holder list in place, diminish, I won't say eliminate, diminish the risk of having false alarms. But yes, people would go by and shake the door of the establishment, the alarm would go off, and they'd wander away and watch the reaction and time the reaction, and that happens, absolutely. But I don't have a perfect answer for you other than the policies in place to assist the people and have your alarm company make sure it's maintained and it's operated possibly. The majority of them are user faults. Absolutely.
Okay, any further questions? Mayor Chop?
Just the, the 12,000, what's included, what's the budget, the 12,000 for the policing committee?
The policing committees?
The safety.
Oh, okay.
Community
The
policing.
second report. There were 11 of these committees out there at one point, and each of them were funded $2,000 each year. Not that they spent the $2,000, and if they didn't, they would return it, what was left over. In discussions with the committee, and we have one coming up on the 16th, the heads of these committees, the chairs of these committees, that 11 winnowed down to what we presently have, Delhi, Cortland, Simcoe, Port Dover, and basically that was it. So we would ask them, or they would be asked, sorry, because I wasn't there, they would be asked, what is your program for the upcoming year? Is it lock it and lose it? Is it bike rodeos? Is it some distribution of flyers to the general community about what services are available? What's your program? And then based on that, they would be funded. And so this is the approach that we're proposing this time around. The seed money is 12. We'll see if that's enough or that's too much. We don't know yet. But it was 22,000 plus, and we're taking it down to 12. Not a lot of money to save on your budget, because I know you got some horrible numbers coming at you at the end of the month.
Okay, not seeing any further questions, so thank you for coming.
I'll stick around for the presentations of the reports, and if there are any further questions, I'll be here.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. I need a mover and a seconder to receive the deputation as information. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Van Passen, and then those in favor. And that is carried. I'm wondering if we should take a couple-minute break and Councillor Huffman can take the chair of her meeting. You're good? I tried. Okay. No moving on then. Or we are moving on then. Staff report CS 20-03, false security alarm reduction bylaw. Sure. We'll be ready when you are.
Through the chair to committee, I'm just here to do a very quick introduction of the staff report, and between myself and Mr. Travali, we'll answer questions. So through the chair to committee, staff report CS 20-03, false security alarm reduction bylaw, is before you today to present the Norfolk County Police Services Board recommendations to update and revise the false security alarm reduction bylaw. As Mr. Travali said, this report is in conjunction with his deputation. Essentially, the Police Services Board Bylaw 108 requires significant updates. Data collected through alarm registration is no longer useful to the OPP, and the fee for false alarm incidents needs to be updated to reflect current costs of calls for service. The alarm response policy will additionally encourage alarm verification and responsible ownership. Staff therefore are recommending the following: that the report be received as information, and that Council provide endorsement of the proposed Norfolk County Police Services Board Bylaw 2020-01 as attached in Schedule A, and further that the 2020 Rates and Fee Bylaw 2019-119 be amended to replace the existing fee schedule with the revised rate of $200 per occurrence for all false security alarms, And further, that the chair of the Norfolk County Police Services Board be requested to inform the OPP Commissioner's Office of Norfolk County's revisions to the municipal alarm response policy. And further, that community services staff be directed to provide the Police Services Board with an annual update of false security alarms administration and public communications. And with that, like I said, Mr. Cridlin and Mr. Trevally and myself can respond to questions.
If I may take the mic. With community services, as mentioned in the report, it's community services staff that take the information from the OPP, do the billing, do the letter, do all the admin work, and CSD staff supported this. In fact, if you see the schedule within the report, you have a fine for your first offense, your first false alarm, your second, your third, your fourth, your fifth, whether you're registered or non-registered, and all of this it's very complicated work. So we saw moving to the new system it is a false alarm. If it's verified, the billing goes out. So there is less work and the work is simplified. So from an operational standpoint of what we do to support the Police Services Board, we think this is a step in the right direction as well. As far as the question about Councillor Rabbit's question about the alarms, I think we would be like any other owner. And I think over the years, I too used to be like your father, and calls would come in. You have to be a responsible alarm owner, so different things have been done over the years, the verification list. So you could get a call to the alarm company. I'm en route, I'm there, that puts an end to that, I believe. Also, certain things in your building, air conditioners, when they kick in, we would get caught with paper. So I think every organizations like ourselves, when we have alarms in many buildings, we learn what the triggers are, and I think the number of calls we actually get are down from that proactive behavior. We actually learn from a false alarm, because Mr. Trevally says most of them are false alarms, and things we do in our workplace can shorten those up. With that, that's all I needed to add.
Councillor Columbus?
Madam Chair, as a member of the Police Services Board, and Mayor's also on that board, I just want to say that the issue of false alarms has been there for a long, long time. Probably 10 years or so it's been discussed. And it's time to have that fixed to reduce our costs for policing, and I would be prepared to move the recommendation as printed on page 111 of the agenda package. Thank you.
Mayor Chop? Moved by Mayor Chop. Councillor Taylor? Okay. Any further discussion? Councillor Van Passen?
Madam Chair, I was reading through some of the stats here, and I can understand how complicated it must be, and to just eliminate all that problem, because I noticed like one year we had 5 charges for the 4th response, but we had 12 for a 5th response. So I don't know how you can go from 3 to 5 and miss 4. You should never have more than one. So this will just make it all simple. You don't have to track it. It's just everything is the same. So it'll save our staff time and a lot of trouble. It's a pretty consistent pattern that of having more 5th, and you have more of the higher numbers than you have of the lower ones. So it's obviously way too much trouble for us to track something that serves no purpose. Right?
Wonderful. So we have the motion moved by Councillor Columbus, seconded by, Mayor Chop. And I don't think you need me to read it again because staff read it and it's quite long. So if there isn't any further discussion, all those in favor? That carries. Perfect. Okay, staff report. CAO, should we continue in order, or there was a couple I think we missed after we started deputation? We'll do the next community policing. Okay. Oh, right. Sorry. Mr. Trevally still here. Staff report CAO 20-03, Community Policing Committee Terms of Reference Update, and staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to the committee. Staff report CAO 2003, Community Policing Committee Terms of Reference Update is before you today to obtain approval to establish the Norfolk County Community Policing Committee and approve the terms of reference. The Norfolk County Police Services Board endorses these terms of reference as an update. This report, as was the last one, is in conjunction with Mr. Trevally's deputation. The approval of the Norfolk County Community Policing Committee, terms of reference, will renew Norfolk County's community policing by establishing a single all-Norfolk Community Policing Committee to coordinate community policing efforts in the entire county. Please note that in the last recommendation, it should read February 29th, 2020, not 2019. My apologies for that. And with that, myself, Mr. Cridlin, and Mr. Travali can answer questions.
Good thing you caught that, because I know Councillor Michele was waiting in the wings to correct you.
Madam Chair, I just got sort of the clue when it said February 29th. Otherwise, I might have missed it.
Any questions? Okay. Seeing none. Oh, Mayor Chop.
Just a question in terms of that 12,000. So that's not, are we showing that then as a reduction to this year's budget because it was the previous 22, or?
Through the chair, I believe it's based upon the last year's amounts included. If this gets passed, then we'll update the budget allocation. We rolled forward the current budget that's going to be proposed will probably include last year's allocation for the total funds.
There are funds that are remaining in the bank accounts of some of the existing committees. So for this year, 2020, the impact will not be a full 12. They will return those dollars to the county, and then that will supplement whatever we need. But the budget itself, and that's just a placeholder, the budget itself will not be actually determined until that committee is in place, and then we sit down and say, what are your plans for the future?
I guess just for me, so you're saying you're going to come back at a later date with a request?
No, we'll come back and verify whether it's 12 or less than 12.
But last year there was a placeholder for 22.
Well, I don't know what it was last year, but historically it was $20,000 sitting there. And there is money left over because there are only 4 committees that were operating.
Okay.
And if I might just, I want to graciously thank Owen Jaggert for all his hard work on staff, and Nikki Sloat as well. Thanks, Bill.
Okay. We did not read this one, Steph. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for the recommendation as, how about this, as printed in your agenda on page. Do you need me to read it? It's quite lengthy. Mayor Chop.
Still have one more. I just don't understand that entirely. So if they're not coming back at a later date to ask for the funds, we're going to put a placeholder in for 12, is that correct? And that 12 may be reduced? Okay.
Through the chair to the mayor, yes, if this is approved tonight, we'll adjust the budget to $12,000. We did not reflect any refund, though, coming from previous dollars spent, so that would just be picked up at the time.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Would it be possible that there's actually a refund per se? Because if there was 20,000 set aside, there were 4 active policing. That's 8,000 if there was 20, so that'd be, that'd be 12. But would we, if they haven't used it all, we could actually have a surplus? Would that be correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct on that one particular line item. However, the county has been very successful in making sure that any small overages or benefits have been used up in other areas. So it's negligible, the impact, because if we're a few $1,000s over on this line item or under on this line item, when the budget's all pulled together, the actual results, that benefit has been removed. Because we've overspent in other areas, essentially. Where the pickup will be is an actual cash pickup when the committees actually refund the money back to council. That's where you'd actually recognize the pickup. Because once we send them the check, we don't actually confirm whether they've spent it or we've just sent them the check. So we'll only recognize any gain once they actually send the checks back, and we won't do that until they actually send it back.
Mr. Trevally, did you want to comment on that? While you're coming up, I just have this bizarre question I'm going to pose to you, and I don't know if there's any merit to this, but this council has been dealing with community events and lack of funding for overtime paid duty police officers. I'm wondering if there could be some type of clause or something, if there were funds not used in the account, could the community policing committee, would be interested in allocating funding to pay for the safety of a community? No dice?
Nice try. No, it's important to understand that there are only 4 community policing committees that were operating. They are now, for lack of volunteers, closing. There is some money in the bank account. The $12,000 is a placeholder, and we would like to spend at least that much if we need it. But the new committee being formed is Norfolk-wide. So it brings back into the fold the issues of the Deep West End and the Deep North End that are not operating at the present time. So that representation will bring their own issues forward. So hence we've asked for, instead of 8,000 for the 4 committees, 2 each, we're asking for 12. But we won't know the actual number until we get their plan, and we won't get their plan until the committee's in place. So it's a placeholder, probably won't have any impact until July. So it's a half a year to deal with it. I hope that's helpful. As to the OPP participation, each of the committees had representation from the OPP. Now there will be one committee for the OPP to sit and assist.
Thank you. Councillor Van Passen.
Well, that should save a lot of staff time. They can use in other places then, too. I just want to make sure I got this right. The motion from the Police Services Board, November 28th, you're going to put forward a request to our budget for $12,000. Council will decide at the end of this month whether you're going to get that $12,000 or not. And that is one issue. The other issue is that you're disbanding a bunch of the old committees, and there's money in the bank accounts, and that's going to get turned over to the county irregardless of the budget allocation. It's not a one for the other.
Nope.
It's straight out. So
no, we will
it might help that we had the number of the total of those bank accounts when we do the budget. We might feel better in allocating some portion of the $12,000.
There is a meeting of the chairs on the 16th of this month, prior to your budget meeting. Hopefully I will get a status on the bank accounts at that point, and I'll send that forward to the treasurer or the clerk, and they can distribute that information. But again, I reiterate that we'll be moving from 4 committees to one broad Norfolk-wide committee.
Okay. Councillor Columbus.
Madam Chair, it's time to move the recommendation forward on page 122 and 123. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Any further discussion? It's moved and seconded. Councillor Rabbits? I think we already had it. Yeah,
we have a second, or I have a second?
Thanks. No, I think we're okay. No further discussion. So all in favor of the recommendation on 122? Carried. Okay, staff report DCS 20-06, options to remove provincially significant wetland designation and zone, and staff to present.
So, sorry, Councillor Michelli?
Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I thought when we broke for deputations, we were going to be going back now to agenda item 6C.
You might have missed it.
Sure, yeah.
Through the chair, I recommended to the chair to potentially leave those to the end because I will be presenting them and I'm here anyway. So since there's members of the public and staff here, we could do theirs and then get to mine if there's time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
All right. So I'm going to introduce this report, because some of you may have noticed there is no recommendation about which option is presented by staff to accept. And I simply wanted to give you a reason for that. As I understand it, because I was not at the county at the time, the planning staff brought forward a report for a zoning bylaw to update your zoning bylaw to reflect the mapping for provincially significant wetlands in the official plan. And obviously prior recommendations were to include the provincially significant wetlands in your official plan, which they were, and they were updated in October 2018 and approved by the ministry. And bringing forward the zoning bylaw was intended to then bring your zoning bylaw into compliance with that. So that was the recommendation from planning staff, and it remains the recommendation from planning staff today. Council, however, chose, following input from the community, to deny approving that zoning bylaw, and further directed that the provincially significant wetlands be removed as mapped from your official plan. So you asked planning staff to come forward with options about how you could do that. And planning staff has done that. They have not provided a recommendation because, as professional planners, it is not their opinion that any of these options are recommendable. In other words, the planning staff still takes the same position that it took before, which is that the official plan should contain provincially significant wetland designations and zoning bylaws should be updated. So since council has decided not to do that, we're nonetheless presenting the report you asked for, which was 3 options to consider, and now we're looking for guidance from you. Pros and cons have been reflected in the report of each of them. And Ms. Cull is prepared to answer any questions about those so that you can make the decision that you want to make.
Alicia, did you want to present details of the actual report?
I think if council has read it, then I don't really need to present it. There's the 3 options: either status quo, amend from PSW to the adjacent designation and zone, or amend from designation from PSW to hazardland, or any other option that council wishes to proceed with.
Okay, thanks. I will turn it over to council for questions to staff. Councilor Rabbit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I think I wanted to start off with just sort of laying some timelines to how we arrived at this point. And in looking at the report, we've had a zoning bylaw update for provincially significant wetlands take place in 2014. We arrive in 2018 when Norfolk County staff advised updating our bylaw to match that. That was presented by the province. We arrive in 2019 after a public consultation process where we, and I quote on council, May 14th, 2019, that staff's recommendation to amend the zoning bylaw 1-Z-2014 schedules to update the boundaries of provincially significant wetlands as determined by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry evaluation of wetlands be refused. So that's what occurred in 2019. We refused the update to the boundaries. I've since had an amount of correspondence come in suggesting that council at that meeting had made the decision to remove the provincially significant wetlands designation, and that is in fact not true. So I wanted to dispel that myth or that rumor that was out there. From my perspective, I believe that we had a large amount of public feedback that these maps were not accurate, that there was challenges with where the boundaries were drawn. And we're looking at a study that had taken place in 2014, much of it using aerial photography, and no site visits actually being conducted in many of these properties. And yeah, a lot of the mapping is inaccurate, it's wrong. The boundary adjustments aren't correct. And that's what our council, I believe, took issue with, not the provincially significant wetland designation itself, protecting those wetlands and limiting building and jeopardizing the viability of those wetlands. And so that's what I wanted to sort of set the tone here, is that we took issue with a mapping system that was done by another level of government that we felt was inaccurate. And in many instances, even the staff recommendation at that time, there were some options there. Well, maybe you can pursue some properties because the maps aren't right, but not others. And some have more validity to that statement than others. And there's a number of different properties, if you recall, in that report that had some challenges, some issues with it. Much of the onus was placed back on the property owner to resolve those at cost, and our council took issue with that fact. I'm of the opinion that, maybe we should have a redo. I mean, it's now 2020, and we're talking about a study that was conducted in 2014 that had flaws and was inaccurate. So I just wanted to provide that context for the public and for the members of this council to consider that I'm of the same opinion now that I had in 2019, that these maps are simply not accurate and up to date. I would love to have a ministry representative come down and defend those decisions, but we made a choice at that time that we weren't going to accept the boundary adjustments, and we had asked for further information from our staff, which they have provided. The options that I see before us don't necessarily adjust those boundary concerns, and I'm at a loss to select any of the options. The status quo is presented sort of as a non-option, and staff has continued to say that updating the zoning is going to provide the clearest information to the public. I feel that that information is unclear considering there's flaws with the original study.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Councillor Rabbits for putting this into some context. Perhaps just to add, I'm a little bit puzzled about the timing of this staff report. During that session in May, when Council refused that remapping recommendation, we indicated that we were going to wait on making any further adjustments to that until after our staff met with staff from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Fisheries. And also we were told at the time, and I'm referring now to the notes I made on May the 14th, we were also told at the time that the province was reviewing their entire system for doing so. And so my belief today is that until we get that information, I'm not sure how much farther we can go with this report. Thank you.
Just a reminder, the resolution required a report to come back in the fourth quarter of 2019, so we're actually late. So if there was a hope or desire that there would be some kind of conversation with the province, I mean, I don't know about that. I wasn't here, but I can just say what the resolution said, so we were just trying to meet that obligation. I will say that in response to the concern around the accuracy of the mapping, I did, through the provincial policy statement review, which recently occurred, make submissions because this issue was brought to my attention. And they weren't submissions about changing the policies, because that's not what Council has been asking. It was simply reflecting the Council's concern about how those things are done. Are they done well or not done well? I guess the one comment I would make about that is we really have no control over that. So to the extent that the province establishes what the boundaries are, we don't really have control over that. To the extent you may choose to lobby, of course you can have an influence in that way, but beyond that, we don't have an influence. And I also understood, though I don't know because I'm not the primary keeper of this knowledge, and I think the person who is no longer here. What I was advised was that most of the changes were minor, and people's properties were already long ago, like 20 years, affected by these boundaries, 20 years ago, and then there were a number of minor changes. However, there were a couple or some smallish number where there were significant implications for those properties. So it's not, I guess the reason I raise that is because it's not like this is new. A lot of these designations have been around in largely this form for a long time. And I'm now going to turn it to Alicia because she has more accurate information about the mapping itself and the process and where we are provincially.
Through the chair to Councillor Rabbit. So the study wasn't completed in 2014. That was when the combined zoning bylaw for all of Norfolk County came into effect, where we took the 4 township bylaws and put them together. So there was already in the official plan that was created in, I think, 2006, there was provincially significant mapping, wetland mapping in that, and that was implemented into the 2014 bylaw, which has been updated. So the information that was brought in May was the latest boundaries of the wetlands up till, I think, 2018. So the information is quite new. That's why there were those changes. And through the chair to Councillor Michelli, there was no direction in the motion for staff to meet with the ministry. I talked to them through the whole process. There's nothing really that I can do to get them to change the way that they do this. I talked to them about issues where, any issue that came up where someone thought there was a significant error on their property, they would just basically tell me that there's a process they can follow. They have to hire a wetland evaluator to have that changed. But there's really nothing that staff can do to get the province to change how they do this at this time. It's the same across all of Ontario. All of Ontario uses this information for their wetland mapping and their zoning and official plan. So aside from, as Paula mentioned, lobbying, I'm not sure what else we could do at this time. The maps are there, and they are not supposed to be constructed in, whether we agree with them or not.
Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Alicia. Thank you very much, Alicia. I think my hope would be that perhaps this would be an item, if we were, so inclined as a council to possibly, I know we have some time with some of these ministries, various ministries at Roma very shortly. I'm hoping that maybe that could be a topic of conversation there. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question to staff. In our official plan and zoning bylaws, we don't impose any special conditions on the areas designated as a provincially significant wetland other than what the province itself does?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, so no, the provincial policy statement just says you can't build or develop within wetlands, and that's what our official plan and zoning bylaws say.
And whether we include that mapping in our official plan and zoning bylaw or not, those provincial rules are still in place, are they not?
Through the chair, that is correct. And generally, let's say there was a wetland that was designated by the province that somehow Norfolk County missed it. It's probably going to be regulated by Long Point Region Conservation Authority. And they would require a permit if someone tried to build in it, and they would likely say their first response, I guess they could go to the board, but would be, no, you can't build there.
So everything would still be protected exactly the same, whether we include this map in our bylaws and in our official plan, or if we don't. The only reason we've ever included it before is to try to make it more convenient, rather than us putting special rules and regulations on it, right? So nothing will change if that map is or is not included in our zoning bylaw.
Through the chair, so as long as the Conservation Authority's regulated areas were up to date, they should be protected, but it's very confusing for the county to tell someone your land is designated agricultural, for example, you can build a house there, and then they turn around and find out they can't. It's just not accurate zoning.
But if the province is the one responsible for creating the rules, and the conservation authorities are the ones responsible for enforcing the rules, then it's not our job to get in between the people who are supposed to be doing their job.
So through you, Chair, Councillor Van Passen, I would say that's an inaccurate understanding of your obligations as a council. The provincial policy statement makes it pretty clear that this council is obligated to keep its official plans up to date and its zoning bylaw up to date with provincial direction. That is actually your obligation. And it is also your obligation as a council to make decisions that are consistent with the provincial policy statement, not inconsistent. So it is my view that it would be an inappropriate exercise of the jurisdiction of council not to work within the whole that you are obligated to work within.
If I may, Madam Chair, I have no doubt that that is the intent of everything, and I was trying to think of a way to make sure that we make notes so our constituents know the rules. And I notice on a lot of the planning reports that we get from staff and severance reports that the Committee of Adjustment gets, there's always that little line in there that, like, doesn't matter what we say, remember that the federal government and the provincial government have rules and you got to abide by them no matter what we do anyway. So, like, you have to abide by MTO rules, you have to abide by the provincial policy statements, you have to, or the provincial significant wetlands, even though that's not ours. I'm sure DFO has some regulations along the lake shore and on rivers on what you can and can't do. And no matter what the county's rules are, you still got to abide by the rules of those higher levels of government. So, like, I would have no problem just adding an extra schedule at the back of our zoning bylaw, the back of the official plan that has all the provincial mapping on it as the designated provincially significant wetlands, and just make people aware of it. But when you can be in disagreement on their mapping, I don't have any faith in endorsing it when it's wrong.
So through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Van Passen, it's not a question of you're endorsing it. It's not. Council is not endorsing a map done by someone else that they have an obligation to act in accordance with the provincial policy statement. It's not an endorsement. It's just a legal obligation to make decisions that are consistent with the provincial policy statement and to keep your official plans up to date with it. That's just a legal obligation. It's not an endorsement. So I don't think my opinion as your council has changed, that you have obligations under the Planning Act as land use planning decision makers. This is distinct from saying the province itself has rules and it's their rules and somebody else has to follow them. Their rules are our rules because they tell us that. DFO's rules are DFO's rules and they are not our rules. And that is completely correct that someone else, if they have to get a permit from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, has to go somewhere else to get that. But we don't have any jurisdiction over that. By virtue of the Planning Act, we have jurisdiction over planning issues, and we are obligated as a municipality to make decisions consistent with the provincial policy statement. That is an obligation of council under the Planning Act. So that particular type of decision is not one we can just say, it's not ours. It is ours, whether we want it to be ours or not. So that's the distinction that I'm making, and there are others like the Endangered Species Act. We don't have permitting processes over, endangered species. That's a Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, and that's the kind of thing you will see in permissions, which always reminds people you might have other legal obligations. Go out there and it's your obligation to meet them. But this is squarely within the municipality's obligations. So I appreciate the concern, and I certainly appreciate the concern around sterilizing people's properties when they didn't know. In some cases, they probably ought to have known because of how long the provincially significant wetlands had been in place already. So I don't know why they didn't know, but they didn't. For those for whom these were significant changes, yes, the obligation is on them to work with the ministry if they're unhappy with it. Again, that is not something that this council has control over. So I do appreciate it. I recognize it places this community and this council in a very awkward position, and that you have this obligation that is difficult.
Mayor Chop?
Could I just
my apologies.
follow up on that?
Sure.
Since we were wearing our hats as the planning committee when we dealt with that report that was presented in the spring, and since it was under the Planning Act, and since we are required to do certain things under the Planning Act, if we were in any which way wrong in our decision as that planning committee of that day, I'm sure the province of Ontario would have appealed our decision to the LPAT and wrapped our knuckles for doing it wrong. And since they have done nothing and the appeal period is over, I assume that we are not totally wrong.
Okay. Okay, so when council makes decisions for its own official plan that need to be approved by the ministry, which they do, when you're making changes, they do need to be approved. I am unclear, to be honest, what would happen if we were to try and remove those things at this point. The process, we haven't actually done that, right? You so far haven't removed anything. All you've done is turn down a zoning bylaw, right? And I don't think that the ministry would get involved in something like that. It's different when you've made a decision, as in another case, where you've made a decision which the ministry has appealed, and it was a site-specific approval to an amendment to the official plan, which the only way the ministry can deal with it in that case is by appealing with it, as opposed to being the approval body. So there are different, when we initiate an official plan amendment, the county, that has to be approved by the ministry. That's where that happens. Hence, the last time around in 2018, when you put forward many official plan amendments, the ministry approved it or not. They deleted certain things and they allowed certain things. So that's that process, which is distinct from making an amendment further to someone else's application, which can be appealed.
But you are correct that we haven't changed anything, but you just told me a few minutes ago that we are required to change it, so we're in violation because it doesn't match the province's rules.
So you haven't actually done anything to amend the official plan for the provincially significant wetlands. And there are other ways, as you've discussed. You said, for instance, I could have an official plan mapping as part of, it's like a schedule, right? So that is another way to address that, as opposed to a complete elimination of reference to the provincially significant wetlands. Thereafter, you would have to decide how you want to handle your zoning. So it may or may not be that the ministry would get involved, depending on how you handled it. And moreover, there remain concerns about confusing the public about what they can and cannot do with their property.
Mayor Chop?
Thank you, Chair. I guess this kind of ties in for me a little bit frustrations between the provincially significant wetlands and what's been going on with the tree bylaw and the misconceptions that I feel that are being spread to the public about this council, myself and this council, that somehow we are not supporters of the environment or supporters of the preservation of our woodlots or supporters of the preservation of our provincially significant wetlands. And I think that is completely and utterly false. Do I believe that a farmer should be able to dig a ditch without a permit? Yes. Do I believe that normal farming practices, such as silvopasture, that are winning awards for their enormous environmental benefits, should be adopted into our bylaws? Yes. Do I feel that this council was criticized for, wanting to open up a bylaw review that, per our own staff report in 2015, said that the bylaw should be opened up for review on the woodlots? Yes. I mean, council will recall what happened. Part of this, the challenge was in the delivery. The challenge is also that a number of these wetlands are not actually wetlands, and they are not being properly designated by the province. Is that our planning department's fault? No, it's the province's fault. And so I think Councillor Michelle hit it on. I think that the province hasn't knocked on our door yet. If we don't do anything today, nothing is going to change. The provincially significant wetlands are still protected. The mapping is still there from the province. But what I think we should do is, this isn't a problem that's unique to Norfolk County. It's a problem that is unique across the province, where others are frustrated. If you have a water main that's broken in a town, that can actually show up on LiDAR from the airplanes as being a provincially significant wetland, and it's not. So I just pulled up some stuff from just outside of Ottawa, another group that's banded together to lobby the government, and I think that's what Norfolk County needs to start doing, and Norfolk County needs to start banding with some other municipalities here to be able to give our property owners rights, in the sense of, if it is not a provincially significant wetland, they need to have some sort of mechanism, short of going to the OMB or to LPAT, to be able to appeal that decision at a great cost to themselves, that it isn't a PSW.
Here's a little bit just I pulled off from this group just outside of Ottawa. They say the present regulatory environment has 4 major problems. No consultation. Landowners were not informed of the process until their property had been designated by the province. There was no opportunity for input. I agree. It over-designates. Properties are designated as wetlands that bear no resemblance to the normal concept of wetland. I agree. Not in all cases, in some cases. It ignores property rights. Designated properties are devalued. Wetlands are a communal good and are of no particular value to the owner, yet the owner is expected to absorb the cost when his or her land is devalued. That is something to consider. Designated properties and the buffer areas have become a regulatory nightmare for the landowner. It is challenging. So I think, they make some suggestions. The solution is to create an environment that no longer pits the landowner's financial security against his or her environmental interests, and to create a process that does not force landowners into an adversarial role. I believe that most of these landowners want to protect the environment also, and I think that they're being falsely painted, much in the way that this council is, of not wanting to protect the environment because we are appreciating the fact that perhaps not all the PSWs are proper PSWs. Require consultation with the landowners throughout the process. Require the province to explain to landowners the possible consequences of a wetland study at the outset and to inform them of their rights. Review the evaluation procedures for wetlands to ensure that only real wetlands get designated. Remove the complexing provisions that allow for bureaucracy to designate property without doing a fully provincially significant wetland evaluation, and provide a process where landowners can appeal the designation simply and easily. So my suggestion would be today that we leave everything as is. There has been no harm to Norfolk County, and let's reach out to some other municipalities and to see if they would be interested in banding together to be able to lobby the province to provide a process, a mechanism for our constituents in Norfolk County that don't believe that their property meets the definition of a PSW to be able to properly appeal to the province.
And to clarify, that this is for lands that our individuals are claiming are inaccurately designated. This does not touch accurately designated and mapped provincially significant wetlands.
Well, as it stands, as Councillor Van Passen and Councillor Rabbits have both pointed out, the provincially significant wetland designation remains from the province currently. We can't remove that. That is there. So the Conservation Authority has those maps. We know what the maps are as well, despite the fact that it may not be currently the updated ones included in our zoning bylaw. We did notify when, I'm sure everybody can remember when council chambers, it was packed. I mean, we had to have a couple hundred people that were here that day. And we informed them that there was that those maps still existed. They were still law, they were still PSWs. We just weren't adopting them into the zoning bylaw that day. But the former maps still remain. So I think they are still protected, all of them, even those that may not be provincially significant wetlands, but were inaccurately designated. And now is the time to stand up to the government, even if we say what we have done, that we don't want to adopt these new maps until such time as they provide, as an example, an appeal process for constituents to come forward.
Are you aware of any delegations booked at this time at Roma? Do you have a schedule for that? Is this something that you'd be able to add into or apply to discuss?
I don't believe that the MNR has responded yet. The Ministry of Environment is not taking on any delegations. We just found out today at Roma. And so I don't know that Roma is necessarily going to be the answer, but I think there is an opportunity. Stephanie, maybe you could chime in there with, us creating some sort of letter, perhaps with Paula's assistance, to then circulate to other municipalities and make that as a starting point to try to put some pressure on the province.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, because if I remember the discussions at that meeting back in May, that was part of, I don't know if it was part of the resolution or it was a separate direction to staff, that we were trying to arrange a meeting with M&R staff to discuss a way to, a better way to try to get some of these changes to get changed back. And like I know very clearly, I explained, like my one property, my irrigation pond is now a provincially significant wetland. It has been for quite some time. And I came to council of the day and, you know, made them aware of this little mistake. They told me at the time there was nothing they could do about it. That was M&R's problem. Took me a month. I finally got a hold of M&R. Well, the only way to change it back would be they would have to physically come out and look at it. But they have nobody on staff who's qualified to do that. And even if they did, they have no money to put gas in the car to drive from Elmer to Port Dover. So we are stuck in that little thing. So we were going to try, if the county threw its weight behind it, rather than 1,000 individuals trying to appeal their new mapping, if the county would help and do it on their behalf. And that was part of the discussions we had that day. And maybe we should deal with that portion before we would deal with changing the mapping and trying to do so a little bit of lobbying at Roma and getting a few more municipalities is probably a good way to get their attention. And maybe we can fix the problem before it gets worse. So I don't know if you have any comments on that from our...
Yeah, I do. I mean, I certainly am fully in support of improving the mapping process for whomever needs it, and I certainly commend council for doing that. What happens now is exactly as you've described it, Councillor Van Passen. There isn't an appeal right. It's not that they have to go to the local planning appeal tribunal. There is no mechanism. There is no appeal right. It is solely this mechanism you just described, and you're quite right. Like everyone else, people are strapped for resources. So if the province decides it's not a priority for them to go back to your land and decide whether something is or isn't a provincially significant wetland, you're stuck. So I completely support any efforts that council would make. And I have already got that submission that I submitted, which could easily form the basis of a letter right now to that effect about the process and how it's impacting people. So that's very easy. Happy to participate and support council in that regard. Just to confirm again, the maps in the official plan as they exist right now are up-to-date maps. They're not out-of-date maps, so they do reflect the most recent mapping by the province. And I think, yeah, and it's the MNR. I think there might have been a reference to the Ministry of the Environment, but it's the MNR who's responsible for the mapping.
I believe our official plan would be, but not the zoning bylaw.
Oh, no, the zoning bylaw, that's fine. So I think your recommendation is just to let it lie and continue to work on which is fine. That's what council wants to do.
Councillor Hoffman, did I miss your hand? Okay. Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Councillor Van Passen said what I was alluding to earlier, that I do think that the idea of lobbying the province about all of these items is the best way for council to go forward.
Councillor Taylor? Nope. Mayor Chop.
Okay. I guess just my one, in terms of the province, if their retort is that they don't have the money to have people come out to do these investigations or to create some sort of appeal tribunal, my response to that would be, what they are effectively doing to people is sterilizing their land in many cases that shouldn't be sterilized, and that's expropriation without compensation as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, seeing no further questions to staff on the report, Councillor Van Passen.
More question if I could. Some advice from staff to best deal with this. Should we just receive this report as information alone and then bring forth a separate motion to deal with some correspondence with other municipalities? Would that be the best way to go about it?
Yes, that would be fine.
I would move that the report DCS 20-06 be received as information.
Moved by Councillor Van Passen. Is there Mayor Chop?
Can we add that Paula begin drafting a...
We would do that as a separate
Oh, you
motion
want to do it, sir?
to deal with this one.
Seconded by Councillor Michelle. And is there any further discussion? Received as information. Seeing none. And all in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And Second motion, Councillor Van Patten.
I might have to ask for a little bit of help from staff on the wording, like starting with what title we would like Paula to use today, because you see that are you acting as the solicitor, the acting general management development?
I could be both.
We ask you to draft a letter looking for support from other municipalities in the latest round of PSW mapping across the province?
I could absolutely do it in my capacity as acting general manager, and as I said, I've already written a letter in my capacity as county solicitor to the province as part of their submission, so I think we're covered.
Mayor Chop.
Just that I'd like that to be a draft that's to be approved by council before it's sent.
To the deputy clerk, we just added that it be a draft letter to be approved by council. It's moved by Councillor Van Patten, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. Any further? Yep, sure.
Thank you, and through you. Definitely in support of the direction that's been given this evening. Very happy to hear that. I did want to point out the original staff report and some key information that is in there. In DCS 19-45, in options 2 and 3, there's dozens of properties that were highlighted by our staff as having some problems. And if there was a short list for possible site visits or follow-up from the ministry, I would hope that those property owners that were identified by our staff as having some inconsistencies would be taking priority in terms of order.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Rabbits. Any further discussion? If not, call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Alrighty, the next staff report, DCS 20 I'm ahead of myself. Time out? Quick break? Quick break? Okay. It's about 7:12. 7:30? Back around the table?
On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road. You're bound to be back for more of North.
What I love most about Norfolk County, I think, would be the vastness of the county, how it's big and there's breathing space, and there are so many little pockets of beauty, natural beauty.
I love the seasons here. The springtime, the rain falling on the earth. I'm a farmer, so I enjoy those aspects of it, the smell of the rain. The summer times, we have beautiful, warm summers here.
You have such pristine water here. You have some of the finest cold water streams in Ontario with Big Creek and Youngs Creek and others that produce great fishing.
Norfolk is very heavily forested, beautiful color in the autumn. The sun shines very brightly here in the wintertime, so I love the 4 distinct seasons we have here in Norfolk County.
What people find remarkable about Norfolk County, I think, is that our sense of community and us working together.
I think of us as a little bit of, we have these ecospheres in our store. They're these self-sustaining little balls that, you know, completely take care of themselves. We're a little bit like that, you know, in our area. We have so much here.
My kids grow up knowing what it's like to produce a piece of fruit or produce some food, some vegetables, and put them on the table, how much effort that takes. And I think that's important.
When people come into the shop, we pull out the map and we show them the wineries and the breweries, and we tell them about the local dining in town, and we'll tell them about the lavender farm, and along the way show them produce stands that they could stop to pick up some goodies.
Everything that we want to do socially and all of our extracurricular activities are right here. And when you join groups, these people they'll want to get to know you immediately. That's our nature. We're curious and we're supportive and we're interested.
Sometimes opportunity just kind of happens when you're talking to someone and having a conversation with someone here in Norfolk. The next thing you know, you're collaborating with them on a project or activity.
The amount of people within our community that support our business is outstanding.
because it's a give and take relationship. If you support everyone else, they will support you, and it makes our community that much stronger and that much better.
You know, I think that working with the local businesses here, everyone's very welcoming. Every time I meet a new business owner, and I love to go to new stores and new restaurants that open up and introduce ourselves and welcome them to the community. It's easy to fall in love with Norfolk County.
My advice to a family that's thinking about moving here is to come and visit. Come and spend a week. Come and experience everything that we have to offer, because you're going to find an amazing quality of life.
You're 10 minutes away from a beach. You're 5 minutes away from a dog park. You know, there's so much opportunity in an area like this for young entrepreneurs, young families, even, you know, senior entrepreneurs that are doing that as well.
I'm very happy. I'm lucky, you know, very lucky I can be here, you know. It's a good place to raise family too.
We don't have this sort of slick veneer over us. We're really comfortable in our own skin, and artists are making art because they love to make art, and musicians are writing songs because they love to write songs.
And just because you're not from here doesn't mean that you can't embrace what makes Norfolk great. You know, sort of our diversity, the wonderful landscapes here.
And it's just a great area. You're going to meet great people. You're going to have a supportive environment. We can compete on an international stage with anybody. And that's how we have to start looking at the world.
You just have to be willing to work hard, realize the potential that there is here, and just, you know, put yourself to work and create that opportunity for yourself.
I found that as a young entrepreneur, I was given every opportunity I could want. Just put yourself out there. Go to local events, and you're going to bump into all kinds of people that are going to be, you know, important business connections to you.
Everybody's so willing to help somebody else out. I think that's the best thing about even being a business owner in Norfolk County.
We're a small community, but there's so much support here, whether it's a restaurant or ecotourism. We just have this appetite, and if you've got a great idea, you've got a willing community that's going to get behind your idea.
You know, some of the advice that I would give entrepreneurs coming to Norfolk County would be to think outside of the Norfolk box, but don't forget what's in the Norfolk box, because we have a lot to offer. We have a lot of great people, a lot of great opportunities.
Norfolk County.
Entrepreneurs grow here.
Norfolk County.
Ideas grow here.
Norfolk County.
You grow here.
You grow here.
You grow here.
I did when you were gone. All right, is everybody ready if we get back to work here? Okie dokie. If it's okay with council, I would like to just jump ahead for a quick moment to report PW 20-10, which is page 189 of the agenda. We have a couple community members here, so the rest of us we're stuck with each other. We're staff, but if we could discuss this one while the community members are here, I think that we can send them home on their way. So page 189, PW 20-10, staff.
Through the chair to council, in front of you have PW 20-10,
which is the, we're referring to it as the Pettinger petition under the Drainage Act. Over the last year and a half, 2 years, I've been in contact with some landowners over on Gilbert Road in Port Ryerson, experiencing some drainage issues on their property. And we've talked to several different possibilities of doing through a mutual agreement or other realms. End all be all is we have a petition, or council has a petition in front of them. Council must decide whether to accept the petition and proceed with hiring an engineer. If council does not hire an engineer, the information is relayed back to the owner, and the owner has the ability to appeal to the tribunal on the council's decision. So that's why staff are recommending the acceptance of the petition and to proceed with appointing an engineer for this project.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, they are here today. I don't know if anyone has any questions for them in particular they can speak to. Otherwise, I'll open it up to council for questions of staff. Seeing none, are there any questions that you'd like to hear from the individuals? No? Okay. Lovely. Let me find. We have a recommendation printed on page 191. I'm not going to read it. It's quite long. No, it's not. The staff report PW 20-10, report to hire an engineer under the Drainage Act, Pettinger petition be received as information, and that council permit a single source supply as outlined in Norfolk County Purchasing Policy ECS 02, section 4.8.4 for the purpose of appointing a drainage engineer firm under the Drainage Act for the Pettinger petition, and further that council by resolution appoint R.J. Burnside and Associates Limited under the Drainage Act in response to the petition for drainage works by owners. Looking for someone to move that, Councillor Columbus, and a seconder, Councillor Rabbits, and further discussion. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thanks. Okay, so we'll move along to DCS 20-10, which is Council Grant Request 2020.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to present this report to you. I'll be brief. It's basically the annual council grant allocations that we receive on October 1st or by October 1st of every year from all the various community groups. A subcommittee of the Tourism and Economic Development Advisory Board reviews all the applications and scores them against a series of criteria. And then basically the recommendations come to you, which you see on page 145, the TDAB committee recommendations. There's $51,500 in recommendations for this year's applicants. And there also is an additional $12,500 you'll see on page 146, which are related to the grandparented grants for 5 organizations plus some high school bursaries. The normal process, unfortunately the recommendations in the report didn't quite reflect that, but the normal process is that this would then be forwarded on to the budget process for discussion. So if we could change that recommendation at the end, that it be referred to the budget committee for final approval. But we did want to make you aware of the recommendations of the grant selection committee. Okay, and I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Columbus?
Yes. So through the chair, last year the Simcoe Curling Club applied for a much larger sum for rocks for their club, and they were basically turned down completely. Weren't given any money whatsoever. I believe it was over $30,000 that they applied for. In the interim, they have fundraised and raised a considerable amount of money to make up that amount that they were originally asking for. So they came back and basically explained that they'd fundraised and that they were looking for a bit to top it up. And so the committee felt that they would support that. Through the chair, I'm not a curler. I don't know. Sorry.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions or comments, or maybe we got to send this back for review, but you've provided the guidelines on the qualification of applicants. One of the guidelines said they're not eligible if they have not provided written accounting of any previous grant disbursements. And you say there's a bunch here that didn't do that. So if they didn't follow the rules, they should be deleted from the list. The Lions Club of Waterford, they want to raise money so they can give it away. You're not eligible if you provide grants to others. I believe that the Lions Club of Waterford gives grants to lots of different organizations, and they do a wonderful job of it, but it doesn't meet our rules. The Simcoe Christmas Panorama cannot be currently receiving any additional funding from Norfolk County. I think when we provide a half-time staff to them, that would constitute, in my mind, giving them funding. So if they don't meet the criteria of the rules that are very clearly laid out, why is there recommending that we give them money?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, this is probably the first year in many years that all of the rules and criteria have been followed to the letter of the law. I mean, there's a number of here that have squeaked through that. So, as you say, if you'd like us to look at those again and or just on your own decide not to fund them, these are basically the recommendations of that committee. And we were hoping that we could get these recommendations to you prior to the budget process. I'm not certain I can pull that volunteer committee back together again to get them to review them before your budget. However, if you'd like, staff could make recommendations and get back to you with a memo if you like.
Councillor Huffman. Sorry to interrupt, but your microphone isn't on.
I'm just so used to being loud anyways. With the Simcoe Curling Club, when I look through a lot of these, I see ways that kind of are giving back to the community and things like that. And this is equipment for a sporting club. So I'm just not sure about that one. But and I just wanted to also, on behalf of Councillor Van Passen, when he made the statements about the Lions Club of Waterford, how would you differentiate them from the Lions Club of Port Dover? Like, what, all Lions clubs are the same? So they're not a nonprofit corporation, and they're not a charity, so they meet the criteria. How do I'm confused. So.
Page 149 of agenda. Not eligible if they provide grants to others. I'm pretty sure that they do that. They are very good at that. And they spread the money around to lots of different groups as grant funding to other organizations. Okay, we'll get into semantics.
Yeah, well, no, I think when we're looking at, sorry, Chair Martin, I think when we're looking at the term grants, it's something different. Whereas I think the Lions would be seen more as donations to community projects, that they're not grants, that they're, for example, with the skate park or the tennis courts or something like that, they donate money to the project, but not necessarily a grant. I think a grant is something different. I understand what you mean in terms of semantics, but I think in this regards, I think they are two totally different things.
For a skate-a-thon and state barbecue to raise money, we're going to give them $1,000. Why don't we just give the $1,000 to whoever they were going to give it to and cut out the middleman?
Councillor Huffman.
Well, it's funny that you asked that question because this was part of our discussion last year, is that with these groups, and I brought it up, is that we've got a great group in Waterford who spends so much time and energy making money to give back to the community, but yet we were charging them full amount to rent the ice for their skate-a-thon, where all the money was coming back into the community. We were charging them to, rent a space at the arena, whereas all of them, and so this was again part of the issue, that why were we charging people who were raising money to give back to our community? And then I believe what we decided to do was that part of it was the money that was being given to them was to be used to offset those costs. Am I correct on that assumption?
I don't, that we did discuss all of that, and I completely agree with you. Why are we turning around and subsidizing them when they could use a different contribution? I don't know that we stipulated that we were going to specifically give the money for the rental space. I recall having a conversation where we were challenging staff to find a creative measure to not give money, period. We own the buildings. If the building is sitting empty, can they book in? Does staff still need to take a grant or take money from a budget and allocate it to the individual just to give back to us for booking? I think we started to have the conversation challenging staff to just make it an efficient, easy way to donate to them, and it wasn't a dollar value. It was use of the infrastructure. So I agree with you. I would like to see more of that happening as opposed to handing out checks that are just turning around and being spent on room rentals. Councillor Rabbits?
Thank you, Chair Martin. Through you, as the council representative on the Tourism and Economic Development Advisory Board, I feel that I should weigh in and maybe clarify a couple of the items here. One with the Lions Club of Waterford, and with all of that have received funds. They have met that criteria, though we do not have an explanation in the staff report. I was hoping for just a paragraph because it would actually add quite a bit of clarity. It's hard to summarize all the projects that you see before you. Even a little paragraph would have actually added some clarity to that. So for the Lions Club of Waterford, the money that they have asked for is to run that skate-a-thon, and the money does go back into the arena. It's not to be redonated. It's to help them fundraise for the community center there. And so in that way, they were able to qualify for the grant. That it's to pay for the ice, right? So, and it's not going to another recipient or somewhere else in the community. That money is staying right where it's being generated, and that's what came forward in their application, and that's why it was approved. The Simcoe Curling Club is another one that I wanted to touch on. The rocks that they have are in very poor state of repair. You can flip them over, you can grind them down, but you can only get so much use out of the rocks before they become unusable, and they have been refurbished, and they're beyond their useful life. They've done a lot of fundraising. They were turned down outright, I think, between the application process, the dollar value that they were asking for. At that time, Tourism and Economic Development, the panel that reviews these and approves them, the citizen body, felt that by giving them a lesser amount, it wouldn't get the objective done. It wouldn't buy us any more curling rocks. It wouldn't really have a measurable impact. This time around, they've gone through the process again. They dotted their T's and crossed all their I's, and they're hoping that this is sort of going to top off their fundraising efforts and actually get some new rocks into circulation. So I just want to provide clarity on those two items. I wish I had a paragraph and I didn't memorize each and every application on the list, but I just wanted to communicate to council that we had a citizen body work with our staff to actually approve all of these recommendations, and from what was presented to me at the advisory level, all of the criteria was met for these funding arrangements.
Thanks, Councillor Rabbits. It's helpful insight. For me, I kind of agree with Councillor Huffman and Councillor Van Passen. When I look at the Simcoe Curling Club, and I just wonder, are they not able to increase a membership fee or something along those lines? Like, it's not. I think maybe it would pull on my heartstrings a little bit more if it was a brand new curling club program for youth or something along those lines. But when you think about a bunch of adults coming together, I'm looking at you, but I don't expect you to comment unless you have something to provide.
Absolutely. Youth curling is not as popular as maybe the older age cohorts, but that is something that's factored in to all of these grants. Is could children be involved, and how does this support the youth in Norfolk County? So I would perhaps put the point out there that curling is tends to have an older age demographic, but there's also quite a few curlers that have special needs that are from lesser means, and raising those fees to pay for $30,000 curling rocks. They've already done some fundraising. That wasn't the bottom line. Those rocks are more expensive than that. Wouldn't allow all different abilities and ages to participate in that sport. And so, it wasn't their first choice to come and ask for money. They've come up short in their fundraising efforts, and they literally don't have rocks that they can use. They might even be getting into a situation where they might be borrowing or really looking at whether or not the organization is going to continue.
Mayor Chop, then Councillor Columbus.
I don't think that we have the time tonight to debate each one of these. I think that we need to defer this to the budget deliberations, as was suggested by our staff, and perhaps figure out at budget time. I think it's more appropriate then. We can't sort of put a value judgment one thing against another at the moment without knowing the rest of what is to come.
Councillor Columbus.
Yeah, just one other one I wanted to point out, and if you read the qualifications of applicants, number 8 cannot be currently receiving any additional funding from the county. I think Councilor Van Passen raised that, and the Simcoe Christmas Panorama, $3,500. Yet, I believe we spend over $50,000 a year in staffing costs to put that panorama together.
Right, I believe we added
I'm just wondering how
staff
they
complement.
evaluated that, because there is a huge chunk of money already put there.
Look over to staff for that.
Through the chair, in the application process, the applicant has to report what funding or support they get from the municipality. In this particular case, there wasn't an amount stated in the application. I don't know of a list anywhere that tells me definitively how much money the county puts in or resources puts into any particular organization. So we don't have access to that information. So we take what we get from the applicants, the panel reviews it, and we take it from there.
I think Mr. Cridlin has the answer.
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus. I don't have the overall question on answer on everything, but you are right, Panorama does receive help from community services, and I believe that number is north of $50,000 to put that event on presently.
Mayor Chop.
Well, just while I appreciate you might not have a list of everybody, being in charge of the Tourism and Economic Development Department, that is a pretty big event that we have here in Norfolk County, and it was pretty publicized in the newspaper at the time that the county was going to be providing staffing support to the Panorama.
Yeah, so through the chair to Madam Mayor, if council chooses to take that off the list, then by all means take it off the list. But the panel reviewed the applications as they were submitted. They're your council-appointed volunteers who reviewed these, and this is their recommendation.
So I'd like to move for deferral until budget.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Huppen. And I don't think there's any discussion. Okay, so we'll go call to vote. Sure.
There's no debate on a deferral, but my question is for a clarification for the purposes of the deferral. Is it to have an opportunity to review it at budget time? I would also maybe ask for a friendly ask that I do know that there's a bit more of an explanation as to each and every one of these, and maybe we could be provided with a little bit more information at that time if council is questioning how the different approvals came in. We don't need the full application, but I know that there was a brief boilerplate explanation for each and every one of these, and I think it'd be advantageous for the group to have those at the time it's discussed.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I just ask the Deputy Clerk, if the intent is to get it to Budget Committee, should the wording be that it be referred to the Budget Committee? A deferral will just put it off, and it will come back to Committee and Council at some later date, and I think the intent is to send it to the Budget Committee for consideration at that time.
Through the chair, that's a good point to make, because a deferral anyways would still have to be approved by council next week. So what committee is proposing to do is just refer the items to the budget so we can change the wording if that's okay by the mover and seconder.
Looks like it's okay. Do we have a mover, Mayor Chop, but seconder? Councillor Hoffman, right, thank you. Okay. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. I guess, yeah, one point I just would like to hit home is that I think we talked about this last year, and I would really like, I think it is the wishes of council, that we would like to see staff find creative measures to support these groups that isn't necessarily a monetary value with $175,000 in requests. I'd almost like to create a culture where these people can come and approach Norfolk County for something that isn't necessarily tied to financial support. So can they fill out a simple form and have a fee waived on a booking in a facility or something along those lines, and create different ways to facilitate them? Those are my thoughts. Okay. Moving along. Thanks, Clark. TCS 20-11 Environmental Impact Study Review Process. Staff. Or maybe Alicia or Paula?
Yes, so thank you. The role of planning staff is to provide council with the information needed to make good decisions. Currently, when a development application is within or adjacent to a provincially significant feature or a natural heritage feature, an environmental impact study or an EIS is required to be completed. So an environmental consultant completes terms of reference and an EIS, both of which are brought to the Norfolk Environmental Advisory Committee for review and acceptance. NEAC's recommendation is included in the planner's report to council. Policies were adopted in the official plan in 2018, which allowed for more flexibility where staff can waive the requirement for an EIS. This significantly impacted the number of EISs being reviewed by NEAC, and in 2019, this did result in 7 out of 12 of the NEAC meetings being canceled due to a lack of agenda items. Staff have reviewed several other municipalities to determine how EIS submissions are reviewed, and the general consensus is that in rural municipalities either use a conservation authority, external consultants, or a combination of both to review these submissions. None of the rural municipalities contacted used an environmental advisory committee for this purpose. So in the report, staff are recommending that the implementation of a hybrid review system consisting of LPRCA, GRCA, and a roster of consultants. Staff would need to complete an RFP process to develop the roster, amend the Memorandum of Understanding with LPRCA and GRCA, and alter the NEAC terms of reference. This option would ensure Norfolk County is receiving the best information required to make decisions regarding land use planning and would provide protection in the case of LPAT appeals. At this time, it's not staff's opinion that NEAC is sufficient as a standalone committee for this review. Staff have seen the letter from NEAC that was received yesterday or today requesting the deferral, and we are fine with the deferral if that's council's wish. I would note one member of NEAC has contacted me supportive of this report, but we would be happy to defer it and to consult with NEAC further. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Mayor Chop?
Thanks, Alicia. I guess I do agree that I don't think it's the right venue for NEAC. I think that people pay professionals to have non-professionals evaluate the professionals' work, and that doesn't necessarily make sense to me. However, I also don't know that I agree with adding the advantage of now putting basically another user fee on people to have it reviewed. What would be the difference between any other report that you guys receive, whether it's a traffic impact study or a geotechnical report that's provided by an engineer that you guys as professional review and make your assessment based on that report? Why is it different with the EIS?
Through the chair, so the difference is generally those reports like an traffic impact study stormwater management report, those are stamped by professional engineers. The environmental impact studies are completed by generally like a biologist or some type of environmental consultant, but they don't have the same level of requirements, I guess, as a professional engineer. We also have more in-house staff that can review things like traffic impact studies, so development engineering has the ability to look at those. We just don't have any staff that are able to review an environmental impact study and understand whether or not it has been completed properly. We can kind of generally get an idea of it, but it's not, we just don't have anyone. There was one municipality I looked at, I think had a biologist on staff, but normally rural municipalities don't have that level of expertise.
To add to your question, actually, as it turns out, we do peer reviews for other studies and are contemplating doing them, for example, for odor as we move forward in the context of some of the cannabis facilities that we've struggled with. And I understand development engineering does do some kind of peer review and has not formalized that process through an RFP. So we're now having to have that conversation about that. So what I will say is, in the context of NEAC itself, there are municipalities that sort of do both, right? They have the in-house staff that can review it, and they also use a volunteer committee, and there is some merit to allowing members of the community to participate. So I'm prepared to have that conversation with the committee and planning staff to think about creative ways that can achieve that goal without adding a burden of time, I guess we'll say, on an approvals process. It is very common, though. The requirement or the idea that people pay for peer reviews of an EIS is very common. It is not uncommon. So it would be something I would think most developers would actually expect.
It's not the developer that I mean, all of these things I've consistently sort of agreed. I mean, site plan control, it came in for a reason, you know, so municipalities weren't left holding the bag. It's the small business person that I'm worried about, not the major developer having to pay to have an EIS reviewed. I mean, on a large scale, that's, you know, nominal. It's how do we, you know, avoid burdening small businesses coming to Norfolk now to have an additional user fee on top of things to pay for it, when most of these should be relatively straightforward. I get that there are cases where it's not, but generally speaking.
Through the chair, I guess from my experience, generally since we hardly have any environmental impact studies anymore, we've done what we can to eliminate the ones that aren't really necessary. And it's usually housing developments that end up having to do them, because businesses are usually in urban areas. There's less chance of them having, or developed urban areas, so there's less chance of them encountering these significant features. So that's just my experience so far.
If I may, Chair, so that's a relatively recent policy or new decision that's been applied?
Through the chair, yes, the official plan was amended in 2018, and it allowed us to waive them in cases where it's very obvious that there will be no negative impacts on the natural heritage features. So now the only ones that we have are where there's clearly going to be some sort of impacts, so that we've gotten rid of all these really minor, frivolous environmental impact studies.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question. One of the options is to create a roster of consultants that we would pre-approve and accept their opinion to do a peer review of somebody else's work. Why would it not be possible to create a roster of consultants that we could provide to applicants and say, if anybody on this list does your EIS for you, you don't have to get it peer reviewed, because if you trusted them enough to double check it, I would trust them enough to do it the first time. And that way the applicant only has to pay for it once.
Okay, Ms. Cull has advised that we are not allowed to give out lists of consultants, but either way, the idea is to remove the conflict of interest. People are still hired by whom they're hired by. And you certainly expect consultants to operate with their actual professional opinions, and in fact, they are often trusted in exactly that way in hearings. But I think it is a better practice in the context of a municipality to have an independent person do that review. And it is, from the sounds of it, it would be limited to these much larger projects where there are significant concerns and implications. And it's difficult for us because we don't have the staff to have that back and forth conversation and negotiation. So, yeah, I suppose you could do it, except for the issue of apparently we can't give out the names of consultants.
So if I could just jump in here, with the giving out of the names, how that came to be, and some background here. What had occurred in some instances was there were a couple of particular firms, people had some challenges, and then it came to us that, well, the planning department told us to use so-and-so. So clearly, we can't have that happen. We can't be telling somebody to go and use a particular firm. However, with Councillor Van Passen's suggestion, in this case, it was to do an RFP, to have a roster list specifically for these EIS studies, because we're going to be using them anyway. So that's a little bit different than the first instance, where somebody walks in the door off the street and wants an engineer or a planner to be able to bring an application forward, and there are particular planners that are more well-liked than other planners.
Okay, so if I understood correctly, what I think the suggestion is, first of all, I think the suggestion is we have a roster and indicate if you choose one of these, we will not require peer review, but if you don't choose one of these, we will. Is that the suggestion, so I understand it? Yeah. Again, it is not the standard practice to do that. It's up to this council how it wishes to do that, and we could consider it for sure as an option. And we could also ask others, if that's a practice that maybe some others do that we don't know of. We certainly can look into it. That said, I think we're getting a little away from this discussion a little bit about whether we can defer it and have a conversation with NEAC as well. But if you would like, what you could do is direct us, A, to have that conversation with NEAC, and B, consider the option that you've put forward.
I don't know if I didn't hear anything other than what this report says. There's no other motions on the floor to do anything other than that. And I will also suggest that, what's been going on around here for 19 years ain't been working. So if we're going to do something that hadn't been done before, it's about time.
Mayor Chop, then Councillor Michelli.
I'd also like to jump in there. I mean, just because other municipalities aren't doing it doesn't mean we shouldn't be doing it, that we can't look for better ways to do things. And part of this is the same, the double permitting process with Long Point and so on. If we can avoid having people pay one person to do a job and then have to go and now pay somebody else to review that person's job, does it not make sense that, if we trust the original individual in the first place, that they would just have to go through that exercise one time and pay one time? I mean, it's just trying to think out of the box and find creative ways of doing things to make it simpler. And I recognize that other municipalities, maybe there is somebody out there that's doing it. I don't know.
The benefit would simply be to ask, has this given you any grief? Has this choice given you any grief? Simply to find out if they have, if the answer may be nobody's doing it, the answer may be some people are doing it and it's working great. And I think it would be helpful for this council to know if there are other people who are doing it and it's working well, or if they've come up with issues, because like I said, it does raise the issue of a conflict of interest, who your client is. So there is a difference, right? A person who's hired a consultant to get a project through is hired to work for a consultant. And I do recognize that they have their professional obligations. It is a little different. They're not professional engineers, etc. Nonetheless, I have faith in most consultants that they're making the decision and a recommendation that's appropriate and consistent. But that is primarily the reason why you would hire your own for peer review. That is primarily the reason. So I think it's worth at least checking if there is a municipality doing that, just to see if it's worked well for them, and then we can bring that back forward to you and say it's working well or it's not. This is the problem they ran into. They stopped doing it, whatever. I'm certainly happy to consider it. And I agree with the sentiment completely that if you don't really need it, why do it?
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I suppose just connected to our solicitor's comment there, I see that the last sentence in option 2 says that there is also the option to dissolve NEAC entirely or combine it with another existing committee. And I think I would have to take that as option 3. Wouldn't that be correct?
Sorry, where are you looking? Sorry.
I'm looking at option 2, the very last sentence.
Oh, yes, and that was part of another report, which I didn't really know of until this evening, in which they talked about combining it with another committee.
All right, so I understand that that would actually be a third option that council could consider.
Yes.
Thank you.
Though I would like to, the purpose of that deferral was there may be even other options beyond that, and I would like an opportunity to consult with NEAC about how they might like to participate before coming back with final options.
Okay, any further questions to staff, or is there a motion that we'd like to put on the floor, run with the recommendation on page 150, Councillor Van Bassen?
And again, I got to get these two words right. Do we refer this back to staff for more information, or do we defer it for more information?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen and committee, I guess it depends if you're just deferring it to obtain additional information to answer the questions here, that's one thing, but if you wanted to refer it to collaborate and get kind of the input from NEAC, then I would suggest going with the referral.
Yeah. I would make that motion to refer it back for.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Rabbits, any further discussion on that? Nope. Okay, all in favor? Carried unanimously. Staff report PW 20-09, redirecting curbside garbage from energy from waste to landfill. Marissa.
Report PW 20-19, redirecting curbside garbage from energy from waste to landfill. So just a little bit of background on this. So in 2005, Norfolk County decided to look at updating their solid waste master plan. From the consultations, it came that they wanted staff to explore potential alternatives to landfilling through that. In 2009, Council at the time then had directed staff to set aside money in capital budget for the hiring of a consultant. In 2014, they had put out a tender, and Walker's Environmental was awarded the contract for energy from waste. So at present time, curbside garbage is transferred in Waterford and taken to the incinerator in Brampton. Incineration comes at an increased cost, so it's more costly than landfilling. And through that decision to go to the incinerator in Brampton, Council at the time had decided to fund some of that cost through the Waste Management Reserve. So in 2018, Norfolk County spent $1.89 million for transfer, haulage, and disposal of approximately 14,000 tons of curbside garbage, and approximately $840,000 of that was funded from the reserve. Starting this year for 2020, everything will be funded from the levy, so there's no additional funds topping it up from the reserve. So that whole 1.89 million would be from the levy rather than a portion from the reserve and from the levy. So what staff are recommending is to look at landfilling our curbside garbage at Walker Environmental's landfill in Thorold rather than going to the incinerator. And for 2020, starting in February, an estimated cost of, an estimated savings would be approximately $560,000 from making that switch. And then the contract was for 10 years. So for the next 5 years of that contract, there's a potential savings of approximately $3.6 million by making that switch. And then there's a little bit of background in the report about some of the initiatives that Walker Environmental does at their landfill site through the collection of landfill gas. They have a couple renewable energy projects that they use, specifically one where they have landfill gas being converted into electricity used at their facility. In addition, they're working with GM in Niagara at their propulsion plant for using some of that captured landfill gas as well. So it's not being vented into the atmosphere or burned as some. They're actually using it for renewable energy projects. So that's kind of the summary of that report, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
3.6 million, you cannot be from Public Works. I can't believe it. Yeah. Councillor Van Passen.
Just a quick question. This contract's been in place for 6 years, more or less?
Yes.
And every year they've been taking $800,000 or $900,000 out of a reserve to pay for day-to-day operations of collecting our garbage because they didn't want to impact the levy too much?
I believe that's what the case was. Unfortunately, it's before my time, so I can't give a for sure on that, but I believe that's
well, I'm
how
just going by the fact that they used, what, $840,600 in 2018, and that cleaned out the last of reserve, so I'm assuming that they just spread it out over time. And they did it 5, 6 years in a row, and 8 times 5, that's $4 million bucks that disappeared again, and you wonder why we got financial problems.
Just for clarity, the short answer is Councillor Van Passen's correct. It's been taken out of the reserves on a smoothing basis.
Thank you. Quick question here. When this landfill is eventually closed, are we then charged as a percentage of our garbage in there for leachage fees and just general fees even after closure?
Through the chair to Councillor Taylor, I believe as part of our tipping fee that we pay now, that's supposed to be going for walkers to take care of the perpetual care afterwards.
Perfect, thank you. And then how many years does Walker think they're going to be in operation after this? Is there an estimate to the life expectancy of this landfill?
I believe there is about 10 years on this landfill. However, they're also going through a approvals process for a new landfill just outside of Ingersoll in an old quarry that they also own. So there's also potential, depending on the approvals process with the Ministry of Environment, that there would be a new landfill that's also available to us through this contract.
Awesome, thank you.
Did I miss you, Mayor Chop? Okay, Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to get in a great lot of discussion about this. I would move the recommendation to send our garbage to a different place and save between $550,000 and $650,000 a year, and leave it at that.
Seconded by Councillor Taylor. Any further discussion? Mayor Chop?
I just wanted to make one quick point, just that I remember in our strat plan, one of the things that one of our strategies, I guess, that this council wanted to accomplish was that we leave a solid financial foundation for those that came after us. And it's a bit of a struggle for me that a previous council encumbered this council where money was still being drawn down from those reserves in this smoothing technique to ease that burden on the levy. So I should hope that this council will not do this to future councils that come after us. But I also want to commend Marissa, because I think you probably single-handedly brought forward the largest budget reduction in many years in Norfolk County. That's a legitimate one as well.
All right. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Moving on. Staff report PW 20-03, report to hire engineers under the Drainage Act improvements.
Through the chair to council, in front of you, you have report PW 20-03. As we've already heard tonight, drainage finances isn't as pretty as what Marissa just presented. But under this report, we have 4 existing drains that went through the engineering process back in the 60s that are now falling apart, that council or staff are recommending that we hire an engineer to re-engineer, reconsider the location, extent, existence of the drains. The 3 drains are based on staff recommendations and history records. We're finding the drains have met the end of their life expectancy. The pipes are falling apart. We're into the fields 3, 4, 5 times a year to fix little problems on these farms. And individually, the landowners don't want to request a change to the drain. They want us to replace, in some cases, they want us to replace pieces, but bigger and let's drain more of the water off the land. You cannot do that under the Act. The only way to do that is under a new report. So in the recommendations on these would be appointing 4 separate different engineering firms. The first job of the engineer is to meet with the owners and see what is exactly necessary in the watershed. And then from there decide what the end of the result for the drain reports would be. The 4th report, or the 4th project in this package, is related to a landowner specifically submitted a written request to council to appoint an engineer to redesign the drain as it crosses their property.
Okay, thank you. Any questions to staff? And seeing none. So recommendation on page, Councillor Geisens. Are you moving that for me, Councillor Geisens? Okay. That's okay. Recommendation on page 166. I thought I missed you there. Seconded by Councillor Ravitz. Further discussion? All in favor? Carried. Yes, Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure, maybe I'm checking with the Deputy Clerk on this, but I'm just thinking that while we're on the subject of hiring engineers and engineering firms, I'm wondering if this would be an appropriate time for me to ask the Interim General Manager of Public Works if we could arrange to have the Parsons engineering firm that is currently involved with the Causeway project, if they could come and update council on the progress of that project.
Through the chair to Councillor Michelli. On that note, I did get some written comments with some updates from Parsons. I submitted a request to them anticipating that there may be some questions and looking to see where things were at. So if it satisfies you, I mean, I'd be content to keep that for other business and we can go through that process at that time. I can lay all that out as to where we're at. I can definitely still reach out to Parsons and get them to come back for another update, but I do have some information to share with council later as well.
Thank you, Jason. I think I would like to say yes to both of those.
Okay, we'll circle back to that in other business. Report PW 20-04.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, the report before you brings forward a drainage petition received by staff, along with the recommendation that council appoint Spreed Associates Limited under the Drainage Act in response to the petition received. The landowner in question has tried to reach a solution with the adjacent property owners with no success. Therefore, they are seeking a permanent solution under the Drainage Act to reestablish a permanent drainage outlet for their farm. Thank you.
Any questions to staff? Okay, recommendation on page 175. Does someone want to move that? Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Report PW 20-12.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, this is another petition that has been received by staff. Staff is recommending that council appoint Dietrich Engineering Limited in response to the petition. Dietrich has been hired in the existing watershed already, so it only makes sense to extend their appointment to address this petition as well. So the purpose of this petition is going to be to provide a future subdivision development in Lindock with a legal outlet for stormwater.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Any questions to staff? Seeing none. Recommendation, page 184. Moved or an alternative? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Report PW 20-01 Big Marsh Drain Water Control Structure Abandonment. Staff.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, the report before you is to address the landowner's concerns that have been brought forward regarding water control structures that were previously installed on the Big Marsh Drain. The landowner is requesting that the water control structures be removed. Staff are requesting that council authorize staff to prepare the necessary notices and bylaw to formally abandon the water control structures. Thank you.
Questions to staff? I don't think we've dealt with this before. Councillor Columbus?
Question to the drainage personnel. Will the applicants have to pay for this, or how much do you think will be attributed to the county and also to the other landowners that paid to have this put in so many years ago?
Through the chair to council, I expect that what we're looking at doing is if the abandonment goes through as it should and no one appeals, the only people that can appeal this at this point in time is this landowner and the Long Point Conservation Authority. So we have reached out to both. We haven't received anything back. I expect that we will remove them under a maintenance item, and that'll be about $1,500 worth of labor that will be distributed between that landowner and the Conservation Authority.
So it's not that expensive. There's about 24 of these, I believe.
No, and the biggest thing with this is what we're trying to do is the water control structures are actually in really good shape. They're just plugged at the current moment. So we're hoping maybe to take them out and reuse them somewhere else on a different project.
Of course, I think too, right now, with all the rainfall we've had since the fall, I think that's creating more issues in drainage. And that's probably one of the hiccups here. Any comments?
Through the chair to council, I think it's quite apparent you have a number of petitions and requests that have been received by the municipality. It has been a very significantly wet year in 2019. Previous to that, we had maybe one or two requests, formal requests, in prior years leading up to that. So it's quite obvious that we do have an issue.
Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff. Chris, it's going to cost us $1,500 to remove each one of these water controls. Is that correct? Or the entire group, both of them? And we'll be able to reuse them somewhere. Do you have an idea of the general amount of saving we would be able to obtain by reusing those in another place?
Through the chair to council, it is really a minimal, if we're really looking at the savings and how much we're going out there for maintenance, it's not a huge dollar amount. It's really the function of the drain itself, and this landowner's being negatively affected by the water control structures, and he's looking to farm his property. So he wants them out of there so the drain is going to function better, and that's a priority. And Norfolk County isn't going to be paying for any of that maintenance. It's going to be the landowner and the Conservation Authority.
So, Chris, I guess what I'm asking is if we're able to relocate these water controls, would that not, because we're reusing them, isn't that going to save us some money in one way or another?
Through the chair to council, we wouldn't necessarily be reselling them or It would probably be because a lot of this was funded by the Ministry of Natural Resources, the Conservation Authority, other land stewardship programs out there. So we wouldn't look to collect more money from that. We would just look to donate that as part of a project in the future for the betterment of the community.
Thank you, Chris.
Councillor Van Passen?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Has there been any discussion with LPRCA and M&R about the reason that these structures were put in the first place? And because I'm the old guy again, but I remember some of the discussions around the table when I think they actually got a grant. This was a bit of a pilot project. These are not the only ones that exist. And yeah, we've had a little bit of extra rain this fall. Maybe the water's higher, maybe somebody's ticked off, but that doesn't mean that the original intent is not still there in the original purpose. And maybe it's just a matter of getting them cleaned out so they function properly. And if they are control structures, you should be able to open them all the way up and all the water goes out just the same as if they're not there. So I'm not sure if, and maybe the chair of LPRCA might want to take this back to see if there's any purpose with, to keep them there or any intent. So can we hold off on this one for a week and at least make those inquiries before the council meeting?
Through the chair to council, before, right now, from what I understand, these water control structures really haven't been working as they intended them to be at all, because soon as they were installed, it appears that it was a bit of an oversight. As soon as the water control structures were closed, it started impacting the farm negatively, and so then they were reopened, and now they're just continually, they're not functioning the way that the Conservation Authority intended them to, because they were intended to hold back water in the Cortland Swamp initially, and I don't think that goal can be achieved with those two water control structures. I think that you're into a different project altogether.
That was the intent at the time, is to, like once you get through the spring season, to be able to shut them down so you could hold back some water over the summer months when, all the little critters the world needs some, and then in the fall, before harvest, they could open them back up. So maybe they just didn't get set to the right level.
Some comments from Deputy Clerk would be to not defer if we were to defer, so approve or deny, that's not what I'm, defeat it, and then pull it from the minutes. Councillor Columbus?
Your comment was to defeat it at this time?
To approve or defeat it, yeah.
And reintroduce it next week?
Yes.
Okay. Right.
There's a recommendation on page 197. Someone want to move that or an alternative? Nobody? Councillor Taylor?
I'll move as printed.
Thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Rabbits. And further discussion? All of those in favor? And that is carried. PW 20-02, award for contract for Summit Circle Storm Sewer. That is Mr. Godby. Oh, yes.
A follow-up to that last one.
Sure.
Could we ask, is Councillor Columbus going to look after contacting LPRCA about that?
Yes, I will contact the LPRCA tomorrow, get
right.
their comments with respect to what the drainage superintendent had mentioned, and see if that's if they're on the same page.
Okay. Mr. Godby, I believe.
Sorry, thank you. Through the chair to council. In front of you have PW 20-02, which is award of contract for the Summit Circle Storm Sewer. Unfortunately, this is budget amendment report. essentially what we're looking at is we had done some preliminary budgetary estimates that figured we would need about $100,000 to install some new storm sewers up on Summit Circle in Simcoe. We had done the design work, issued a tender, and the tender has come back at being a budget shortfall of approximately $36,000. So what we're asking for is a total of increased budget of $36,000, bringing the total budget to $136,000 in order to install some municipal storm sewers within the Summit Circle area. We've been in contact with many residents in this area. There is very minimal existing storm sewer infrastructure, so this will hopefully alleviate a lot of the property flooding concerns in this area of town. If you have any further questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Questions to staff?
Do we know why? Do we have any insight as to the 36,000? What we weren't prepared for? Or?
To the chair. In my very brief conversation with our engineering staff today about this, I guess the real short answer to it is that it was an older established budget line and it just was not updated appropriately before it got approved the last time.
Thanks. Any other comments to staff? Seeing none. Recommendation printed on page 202. Would someone like to move that or propose an alternative? Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will move it, but it's setting a bad tone when their very first tender of the year is 35% over budget.
Seconded by Councillor Taylor. And no further comments. All in favor? And that is carried begrudgingly. Public Works 20-13, bridge project updates. Mr. Godby? Your chop?
Yeah, Jason, do you think you could use the other mic? I have a feeling that there's lots of people in Port Rowan probably tuned into this discussion and it's got really bad.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Oh, this one is much better. Through the chair to council, what you have in front of you here is PW 20-13, bridge project updates. Essentially what this report is a consolidation of a few projects that have been kind of lingering on our Public Works books for quite a number of years. In many cases that these are bridge replacements that we're talking about that are currently closed. And we're looking at it from the perspective that we had some direction at one point in time from council of the day. Essentially where we've sat is that for one reason or another, some of these projects just sat stagnant for a number of years. And what we would like to do is get some further direction and have some further dialogue about a few of these projects. Part of the reason for that being that we all know that bridges can be controversial and they can be very expensive. So what we're looking at is to, like I said, to just kind of have that discussion about these specific bridges, which we currently do have open capital projects on. Some of these are projects that we do not anticipate there is still adequate funding available to deal with fully, which would then mean we may be coming back with some budget amendment reports in order to complete the projects. So after that little preamble, basically we're looking at the Gilbert Road culvert first, which if you refer to, and there's no page number on that one, I believe it would be about page 213. be the first attachment here. So just north, or on the Gilbert Road, there's it's called a culvert. It is essentially a small concrete bridge. This project, at one point, you may recall, we did have some brief conversation about it last year when we had an issue on Swimming Pool Road, and we needed to defer one project in order to help fund the work that was required on Swimming Pool. So we had an approved project with a budget of $725,000, and basically we're now looking at the suggestion that we do not actually replace this structure, that instead we further investigate looking at removal and closing up of the road. As noting, an interesting note to that is LPRCA is generally as supportive of this as well, basically because of its proximity to the Hay Creek Dam. And they kind of figure that if that structure did not exist, then it changes their safety rating of that existing dam. So there's kind of that side benefit which to the LPRCA, which in turn has a financial benefit to the county, since we do contribute a great deal of funds to their operations. So essentially, in this case, we would like to look at removal of this structure and dead-ending those roads. And the preliminary estimate that we have, without getting too deep into it, would be, we figure instead of a $750,000 budget, we could probably reduce that down to about $100,000. So that is the first structure that we're talking about. The second one is the Concession A Bridge and overflow culverts. So,
Sorry to interrupt. I'm just wondering, to keep it clear and concise, should we maybe just open up for questions on that particular, so that we don't bounce back and forth between the three of them? Would that be okay with you?
Through the chair, I'm good with that.
Mayor Chop?
Well, this is another one that I'm just curious how much consultation went on with LPRCA. I mean, they have somebody on staff that does restoration work. There's opportunity for funding available through LPRCA, and I'm kind of just, I'd like to know whether we've even entertained that before we make a decision.
Through the chair to the mayor, I personally cannot speak exactly as to who at LPRCA would have been consulted with. However, I do know that our project manager, who's kind of been taking the lead on this, does frequently converse and liaise with various staff at LPRCA, and it was based on those conversations that we'd been kind of led down this direction to bring these forward before council for discussion. If it does satisfy council, and I believe we did have some brief conversation about this earlier, being that we can, the main purpose of these reports, this is something that's been going on for an extended period of time. The process of drafting this report was started almost a year ago, and as you are aware, with some of the turnover in the corporation, that it's just kind of been pushed off and pushed off. So we can look at adding additional levels of consultation if you wish. We can take it back to LPRCA. These options are available to us. One of the reasons we tried to push it to this point here is to kind of at least keep the discussions going, relating to the fact that staff do believe that we could realize some significant financial savings if we were to not continue down the road of replacing some of these structures, and are looking for that kind of direction from council.
Thanks. Well, I guess it's just more that I think there's access to funding through them, or at least there's the possibility, especially if it's tied in with the Hay Creek Dam. So before we leave money on the table, I think it's at least worth a discussion to see whether or not there are any programs that we could apply to through them.
Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This culvert, it's not like Swimming Pool Road. It's not in danger of imminent collapse. It's old and needs to be replaced, but my wife says the same thing about me all the time too. So we don't have to worry about the disappearing. So we do have some time to have a little bit more of a review. And you know, the thought of closing that road, that when this agenda came out, that's the first time anybody in the neighborhood heard about that. So I've already had a couple of calls about that possibility. So that would give a little bit more time to try to find some good ways or not good ways to do that, if it's even possible, because just the topography, there's two, the one resident has property on both sides of the creek there, or on the stream. So if, you know, he wants to get to the other side of his backyard, he's going to have to drive all the way around the block, right? So, you know, we have some time to look at some other little issues, and it's not going to fall down in the next week or two, so.
Mayor Chop?
Well, I guess further to Councillor Van Passen's point is that it's not going to fall down in the next week or two, and if there's an opportunity, if at some point the Hay Creek Dam specifically is going to need repair, it might be a time to tie it into that. That's even better.
So should we create some separate direction then on each item here so that it's clear and concise? Direction being?
I'm kind of thinking we should just go do the next one, and we'll make the motions at the end.
Okay. Second bridge.
Through the chair, just on that note, the staff recommendations were split individually for each bridge, so that if you did choose to decide to proceed with the recommendation in the report, you can do that easily by voting bridge by bridge. So, okay, back to Concession A Bridge and the overflow culvert. So this is in the Port Rowan area. And if you look at the site location, it is actually on the back side of the map for the Gilbert Road one. And this is a bridge and culvert system that were closed, have been closed since August of 2007, based on a report from our structural engineers of the time. So in 2014, we commenced a Schedule B municipal Class EA. The approved budgets totaled nearly $1.7 million for this. So the preferred solution of the AA was to remove the structure and close the travel portion of the right-of-way. The notice of completion was issued and advertised in April of 2017. We received no Part 2 orders, and basically it was carried on to council. As you will see, that the resolutions that were passed by council was that staff were directed that we were not to close the bridge as per the Class EA, and that we were to bring back a report to consider the putting the structure back in service. As the history went on here, and knowing some of the issues we've had with some of our other bridges, we're basically here just looking for some direction from this council, knowing that it is largely composed of new members, for the support of the previous council's direction to replace these structures, or whether we were going to I guess that's where we're at. We're looking just for, knowing some of the sensitivities around these issues, we just wanted to make sure that we are going to be doing this council's desire, which sometimes has not been completely in line with the previous council. So what we want to know with this one is, should we proceed with that direction, which is contrary to the Class EA, which was completed in 2017. It is not the preferred solution. However, it can be done, and we're just awaiting some direction to make sure that we head down the correct road.
Okay, before we have questions to staff, I have a bylaw to go past 9 o'clock, so I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Notwithstanding section 4.10 of the procedural bylaw, council proceed past the hour of 9 p.m. to address matters at hand. Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Michelli. All those in favor? And that carries. Yes, Mayor Chop.
We're past 9 now, I'm good.
Well, no, we're not, but it was fast.
So my problem with this bridge is it's been closed for how many years now?
Through the chair to the mayor, it's been closed for 12 years.
It's been closed for close to 12. I'm a little bit, it's not doing anything to anybody in the state that it's in. It's fine being left closed until some point in the future when maybe this council catches a break and doesn't have a million other disasters going on. We could potentially revisit it once we see what happens with the bridge on 45, what savings could be potentially realized. I just, we're getting emails about the causeway and what's going on there. Like, personally, I'm more interested in the Causeway Bridge right now than I am the bridge on Concession A.
Mm-hmm.
At 9 o'clock at night. So, for myself, I think Concession A should come up at a different point in time, and we don't need to spend money to go and deal with Concession A right now, and it's fine being left the way that it is.
Councillor Michelli.
Let's park it for the future.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, Jason, if we go forward with the mayor's suggestion, is there any cost to the county for just keeping things the way they are for a period of time? Is there any kind of additional maintenance that we are regularly paying that perhaps we're not aware of?
Through the chair to Councillor Michelli, currently we are not performing any maintenance on these structures, on the three that are involved here with the Concession A Bridge. The reality of it is we can continue to do nothing. It would allow us to cancel the capital project that is currently open with this. I'm not sure what that encumbrance may or may not do on the financial side of things, but it would allow us to clear that up. The only real outstanding thing is potential liabilities associated with if someone gets in onto the structure and hurts themselves, or the thing collapses or whatever. But I mean, that is a risk liability that exists in most things that this county is involved with. So from that standpoint, we're kind of good to do whatever council directs us on this one.
Thank you, Jason. And so further to that then, as the mayor suggested, I would, I think, much prefer that we concentrate our energies and our thoughts on bridges that we know we need to improve and replace. Thank you.
Okay, back to the next update.
Through the chair, just if I may ask just a point of clarification on this for council's consideration, that would it be council's desire then for us on this, say on this project, to just close any of the open capital project that we have on this, basically put our files kind of back in the box for now, and if and when we, not when, but when, not if, when we review this again, we would then come back asking, this would be brought up as a new capital project for your consideration through the normal budgeting process?
I think that's probably the wisest move. Councilor Van Passen. I just realized your microphone wasn't off, so you're asking Mr. Burgess for a placeholder in 2029. Mr. Burgess, can you please comment?
Through the chair to the councillor, you can put on a placeholder. I think the recommendation is generally your 10-year capital forecast is to be, to try to be as realistic as possible. And I think the decision is you can put it in there if it is realistic, frankly, that there will be a capital cost, and whether you actually look at it as a capital cost for replacement or a capital cost project for some minor remediation so that you avoid any type of negative impacts to the county, or capital cost for the eventual abandonment of a bridge, that would be the decision of what amount to put in, and to make it a bit more realistic. If after 12 plus years you haven't done anything with the bridge now, I think as a finance team, we would question if 9 years from now you're actually going to replace the bridge. We may look for a different amount in that versus a replacement amount, but it'll at least keep you on the calendar for the discussion to happen.
So the $100,000 that they estimate to decommission it would be the proper placeholder?
That would be my comment, yes.
Okay, do we care to have Mr. Godby bounce over to the Porter Bridge, or have we just made a decision here? Are we leaning towards putting something on the floor? One has any suggestion? Oh, Councilor Rabbit.
Thank you, and through you, one question that I did have for Mr. Godby or Mr. Burgess is the comments at the end of the report on financial services regarding the potential for reallocation of funding to other projects and to project a reduction on future debentures to be issued. I really picked up on that comment near the end of the report. I know that we have a lot of unfinanced capital at play in our budgets in Norfolk County. And, I would prefer to see a lot of these capital projects having some more financing in place rather than relying primarily on a debenture process. So I was hoping for some comments just on those, my interpretation of that. It's on page 5 of 8 of the report, and comes at the end in financial services comments. So I was hoping to just maybe have a clarifier on that. Is that what we're, if we're looking to put a placeholder in place for decommissioning of these various structures, would we be able to lessen future debentures and actually move some of these funding arrangements around to get some of these projects financed.
Through the chair to the counselor, it is an astute question, and yes, and that's why I said it'd be better to make sure you have realistic numbers into your 10-year forecast, because we do look at planning on how much debt the county would take on. So if the amount is less due to a decommissioning, then you then can make better decisions as far as how much debt you want to take on and projects that you're actually going to go forward with. The challenge that the county has is it's going to take on more and more debt with each project because we don't have the reserve balance. So getting the numbers more accurate is going to be important for future council decisions on how much leverage they can actually take, or more importantly, how many projects they can actually realistically plan to undertake in the future. Because I think the decision is not so much a financing decision, but it's going to be realistically an affordability decision in a few years for this council, of how many projects they could actually go forward with, because our funding constraints will be that tight. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, looking for some type of direction. Or we can continue with the report and hear about the Porter Bridge. Sure. Porter Bridge it is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The final structure we wanted to kind of bring to council's attention is the Porter Bridge. It's located on the Marburg Road between St. John's Road and Lynn Valley Road, just north of Port Dover. The bridge was closed in 2010 following a structural inspection. There was an EA performed on this, which I'm told anecdotally through some of the staff in Public Works that it was quite a contentious issue when this EA went forward. Ultimately, the municipal class EA suggested that the preferred solution would be to repair the bridge for pedestrian traffic and install vehicle turnarounds. So as staff went down this road, they came into the fact that from a design standpoint, the geography of the land and the existing road allowances there, it would have required land acquisition in order to install the turnarounds. As well, since the time that this was first, discussions first started, we weren't under some of the more stringent AODA standards that we are today. Now the municipality has an obligation to make this accessible, so it's raised a lot of concerns about how do you make this old road bridge converted into a pedestrian bridge and make sure it is in an accessible format. So staff have expressed concerns with those primary drivers, being that we need to acquire some land, the complications of the engineering design of doing turnarounds and having it there for pedestrian access. It is not as simple today as what it was at least believed to be back when these decisions were made. So again, this is another one that we were suggesting that if we were to issue a revised preferred solution saying that we would like to remove the bridge, it would alleviate a lot of those extra expenses that we would have to incur in order to make this an accessible pedestrian access. As a note, this bridge, we've had no concerns with the temporary dead ending that has been done there. There's really minimal usage of that area. Or the last traffic counts we had seen was that there was not much vehicular traffic down there. Anecdotally from conversations, there's not been a lot of tourism interest in this site, so it's not like people are going down there parking and walking across it now anyways. So we just again wanted to bring this one up before council to get some clear direction on how we should proceed with this project.
questions to staff? Councillor Van Patten.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was on that bridge this spring and this fall, or last spring, last fall, and you are right there. It doesn't look like there's very much traffic at all because the weeds are growing up so thick across there that didn't look like anybody walked by there in a long time. So again, I think that this one's a little bit different solution from the one on concession A. There might be some other options, and again, I would like you to look into and come back with some real details. And if we get rid of the road, do we have to take the bridge out? We just give that to the neighbor? Or? But I think the same sort of solution that we'll put the 100,000 in as a placeholder, because unless somebody comes up with some really good ideas for a bridge that's not been used in 10 years, and according to our record on fixing new bridges, if we did want to fix it, it'd be at least another 5 years before we got that done. So in 15 years' time, people got used to not having it. The East Quarter Line is, what, a half a kilometer away. That has been upgraded since the time that this road was closed. And if we get the next concession north fixed and open, that would be another bonus, but at least you can go around one block on a new road. So again, I think we can just put it off on the back burner and let's deal with the causeway and things like that this year, and we'll do.
Do you need any more specific direction than that? Would you like a motion?
Through the chair to council, I guess, just to summarize it for myself, to make sure that we're clearly going in the right direction here, we're going to basically park these capital projects as they are. We can kind of get them removed off of our active list. They can all have placeholders placed so that we can continue to have record of them. And just on note of that, they are still maintained in our OSIM inspections that we do receive every year. These ones are all still noted on there as to their current status. And basically going forward, we're going to be looking at what other solutions could we possibly have. I can guarantee now that the word is out in the public that these are ones that we want to talk about. So if there are members of the public out there who wish to speak to Public Works about these structures, if they have ideas, I guess we'll be here and we have ears open, willing to have some discussions and kind of get that public consultation piece put together so that if something does come up, we can bring it back before council for further direction.
Okay, it sounds like at the very least we're looking to receive it as information. Councillor Van Patten?
Is there any way that the Deputy Clerk can develop that into a very concise motion so that there is the proper paper trail that we have directed staff? I think staff get the concept, but we need to do a good job of giving that clear direction and putting it as a motion. And
Sure. Through the chair to committee. So, are you moving?
I move that we receive the reporter's information, plus that we gave direction to staff to seek some options. Is that a good summary?
So I'll listen to the playback tomorrow and get the specific wording, and then if there's any errors to that, then it could be corrected at council before it's approved.
It doesn't have to. I think just that we directed staff to come back with options is probably a good enough version. And
okay, looking for a seconder. Councillor Taylor, all in favor? Carried. Public Works 17-84. Bridge Projects Class EA status update. Sorry.
Through the chair, that it just appears to look like that as a report. That report is actually part of the previous reports package.
Thank goodness you're here.
So I'm on to 2007.
2007. PW 2007. Thank you. Take it away.
Through the chair to council, what we have here is award of tender PWE 19-55. It's our bridge and culvert structures maintenance tender. essentially, we have an annual capital budget of, I think these were $350,000. Sorry, the 2019 approved budget was $300,000 in order to do various repair work to a number of structures across the county. Basically, this is a result of our annual OSIM inspections. They give us the engineering assessment of what needs to be done to a number of our structures, which we classify as kind of routine maintenance. So what we did was that tender went out in late 2019. So we're here for an award of a 2019 project in the start of 2020 so that we can get some of that annual maintenance work completed on some of our bridges. So at this point, where the financing comments come in on this one is the fact that we have a 2019 approved budget of $300,000. We have a 2020 approved budget of $300,000, giving us a total overall budget for our two 2019 and 2020 bridge sustainability program of $600,000. We would like to award this tender in the amount of $372,000 to Anthony's Excavating in order to complete some of the work that was included in this tender. The remaining funds in the 2020 budget we will be looking to issue other smaller tenders to do some more maintenance work of our existing bridges with. If you have any questions, I would gladly entertain them.
I'm just, well, at first I was a little confused, but I think I figured it out now. I just never know. One second, Mr. Valley is actually bidding on jobs, and the next second he's the consultant evaluating the packages, but I guess this time he's evaluating the packages with staff. Is that his only connection to this?
Through the chair to the mayor, yes. GD Valley is our structural engineer we have a long-term contract with them for all of our bridges and structures, inspections, and maintenance recommendations.
It's just confusing. I can never keep up. I guess one of my questions with this would be, annual maintenance programs are preventative maintenance programs, and it's not very preventative if we don't actually get the preventative work done within the year that is scheduled to be done. So how do we, much like the drainage works, ensure that annual maintenance programs are done so that we don't end up with a Causeway Bridge situation that was also buried for a couple of years following an OSIM report in 2016?
Through the chair to the mayor, I do not disagree with you, and I can assure you that staff are already working on the 2020 tenders to get those out as quickly as we possibly can, because we do have other identified work that can be done on some of our bridges and other structures based on our last OSIM inspections.
And when, Jason, does the tender come about for the bridge consultant or the person doing Mr. Valley doing the inspections? I start personally to see a little bit of a conflict here, where an engineer that's being consistently awarded jobs with Norfolk County one day is sitting and is evaluating tenders another day. And I say that specifically because there's just something wrong when 34 companies pick up bid packages that are written. It says here that the bids, the RFPs were written with engineering staff and the consultant, and yet only 2 packages were received at the time of closing. I mean, it's the same as having 2 bids that are wildly different in price. You assume something is not well written in the RFP. In this case, and it's not the only time, it keeps happening, where 34 people took the time to come into Norfolk County and picked up a bid package and then decided not to bid on the job.
Through the chair to the mayor, I can't elaborate a great deal on on that without seeing the list of 34 companies, but one of the phrases that we always have in there is it's their contractors, subcontractors, suppliers, everybody. Typically what we are finding, especially in the age of electronic documents, it's very easy for them to just send an email and get a document. We used to have giant bid packages that people would have to drive to Delhi to come and get and pay us a fee, which was basically to cover our cost of producing these giant tender documents with drawings and all that. So that can generally skew those numbers a little bit too. One of the biggest things that I was advised about this, and there only being 2 bids, was the fact that as far as bridges and structures go, this is generally minor maintenance on a number of different structures, and some of the packages that were picked up were by those who I think were more under the impression that they were going to be building or rebuilding a bridge of significant more cost and significance than what this work actually entailed.
And when the contract is coming due for the bridge inspections?
Through the chair to the mayor, I did not purposely ignore that one. I just forgot. I will have to get back to you on that. I believe it's going to be within the next 2 to 3 years, because it's typically done on a 5-year cycle, and I feel like, if my memory is correct, that it would have just been awarded 2 to 3 years ago, so I feel like we're halfway between.
Well, 2016, because Mr. Valley definitely did that inspection in 2016, so now we're 4 years, so I'm thinking hopefully it's not 3 or 4 years away.
Semantic. Sorry, through the chair to the mayor. Like I said, I will verify that for certain, and I can bring that back next week, because it's a generally quick ask to get that verified.
Councillor Van Passen?
Just a quick question. When you do have those situations where like 34 people pick up a package and only 2, do you ever get a chance to do a bit of follow-up and contact some of the people who picked up the packages but didn't bid on it, just to sort of get a sense of the reasoning behind it?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, when, say, for instance, if Public Works issues a document like that, we will typically not do the follow-up. However, purchasing staff will a lot of times do follow-up with vendors that have picked up bids, not specific to us, but just for everyone across the county, that if they notice things like this, like why did so many people take it but so few actually bid, they will actively do some of that background to get a better understanding. Was it an issue with our document? Was it an issue with misunderstanding the work? Or what was it that caused things to be skewed that way?
Mayor Chop.
Councillor Columbus actually just pulled that up for me. I didn't even notice it on the first page there. So it looks like it was awarded in 2016, and it's a 5-year deal. So I would like us not to leave this one in particular to the last minute, and that goes out to tender well in advance, because this does trouble me, that the way that, again, one engineer is working on both sides of the deal with Norfolk County, and I'm not sure that I'm in agreement with that. So I'd like ample time for that RFP to be produced and shopped around.
Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just have a kind of I hope it's not too much of a common sense question for Jason. This contract is for the maintenance of 10 bridges. We have already decided that the Concession A bridge is going to get no attention. So is this company that's got the best bid, are they just getting like a free ride on only having to do 9 bridges?
Through the chair to Councilor Michelle. No, these are 10 other structures across the county. It's not inclusive of those 3 other bridges that we were
Okay,
talking
thank you,
about
Jason,
earlier.
because I'm just having a hard time making out this small map, and I thought that the bridge to the northwest of Port Rowan was the Concession A Bridge. That's not what that is?
Through the chair to Councilor Michelle, no, it would not be. What I can do for next week, if you wish, is bring you the actual list of which 10 structures they are. One of the things we do get in our reports is you'll see the 6-digit code there. They all have numerical codes, and
I
can
notice
use.
that there is a difference between our previous report and the number in the map, so
Yep.
thank you for clearing that up.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. I lost my paperwork here. Recommendation printed on page 230. Would someone like to move and second that or suggest an alternative? Mayor Chop? Moved, seconded by Councilor Michelle, that staff report PW 20-07, award of tender. I don't need to read it, do I, in full? Page 230. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, here's a proposition for council in committee. We have 2 reports left. They are both from the CAO's office, and they were both authored by Andy. And Andy is not here with us tonight. Staff is able to go over them. However, neither of them are pressing. Would council be up to discussing them in a week? When Andy's here to, Councilor Michelle, you want to speak? Certainly one's in your ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in particular, I think it would be better for us to have Mr. Griselle here for that purpose, because the person who submitted and reviewed them is no longer with the county. So I think they'll be, otherwise we will have no one to actually ask specific questions of with respect to the deputy clerk, obviously.
Sure. Yeah. Mayor Chop?
Thank you.
I'm fine with that. I wanted to make a comment before we get off the bridge topic. That was a lot of bridge talking, and not a lot of focus on the bridges that I think council's actually interested to know what's going on. Causeway, we desperately need to know what's going on. We're fielding, more and more emails right now, so hopefully next week we could maybe have even a very short doesn't have to be written, a short update of the latest progress. As well as the status of Bridge 45, although I'm more likely to find that out probably at Roma on Tuesday. So.
You got a thumbs up from Councilor Geisens. Okay. Councilor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unless I misunderstood, I believe Jason later in our meeting is
We're
going
do it right now.
give us a brief update on the causeway. I understand. Is that correct, Jason?
Yes.
Thank you.
Rolling into general announcements right now. So Councilor Van Passen.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, but these 2 reports, are they getting shifted to council next week or going to the next cycle of committee? Because they're not pressing at all.
Next
and,
week.
I wouldn't mind just putting them off for the month till next month, and time we go through all of this and everything else at a council meeting, and then we got budgets coming up. There's nothing here that's that pressing that the world's going to end if it doesn't come back a month from now.
I'm going to let Councilor Michelle weigh in on that again.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would fully support that. I totally agree. And then because I have a feeling that perhaps our agenda for next week will be pretty full. And as Councilor Van Passen says, end of the month, we're very busy. I think next month would be perfect.
Perfect. Okay. Council and committee it is. General announcements. You want to start, Mr. Godby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess first thing I'll briefly mention, since the mayor just referenced it, was the 45 bridge. I can tell you that we did have those Part 2 orders issued for that bridge, and it may be something that you could find worthwhile pursuing a little bit while you're off at Roma. next week, because as it currently stands for us, we're kind of in a blackout zone with conversations from a staff level with the ministry. So, unfortunately, that is all the information I have on the status of 45. And on to the Long Point Causeway. I've got a couple emails here with regards to the status of various aspects of that project. One of the issues that were noted by Parsons last time we were here was about the encroachment on municipal property by the marina, and I believe there's a few other properties along kind of towards the entrance to Long Point. Essentially, there has been surveys completed. It does show that we do have existing encroachments on the municipal right-of-way down there. In conversations with our project manager and with the road design work that's been going on, it is not anticipated that even with the road reconstruction, whenever it is to be completed, that there will be conflict with these encroachments. So from a construction standpoint, it does not appear that there should be an issue. However, the issue that will have to be discussed in greater detail at a future date is relating to the actual encroachment within the municipal right-of-way and how council desires to address that, to whether it becomes something of formalizing it somehow or whatever other options may be out there. But that will definitely be something that we need to discuss in the future. As for the design work, we're currently on schedule based on the last Gantt charts, which I believe were presented in the Parsons report. We're still working, they're still working towards a 60% design submission for the bridge. They have assured us they'll have that to us at the start of February. The road design, again, is underway still. They're talking the start of February as well to get that design submission submitted. Basically, they've been having some initial meetings with some of the other utility companies just to Parsons was directed to work with the local utilities in order to see if there's incorporation of new ductwork and stuff like that can be worked into their design, whether it's whether we construct the road and the bridge together or whether we construct the road and bridge separately. Either way, there's being provision put into the engineering design for future installation of utility corridors in the roadbed. So those conversations are ongoing. The archaeological field work that is required as part of this as well has been shut down for the winter. They are analyzing and cataloging what they have found to date. So far, they're not anticipating that there will be any delays with regards to any delays in the design or potential approvals or construction as a result of any of the archaeological work that has been done. And if I am correct, I mean, they're anticipating probably another 15 to 20 days to still finish the work there in spring once the ground has thawed again. Overall, everything is still on schedule. The one risk factor that has come up with keeping everything on schedule is relating to some of the some of the environmental approvals that will be required in order to do this work. I was on a conference call approximately 2 to 3 weeks ago with the DFO MECP, Canadian Wildlife Services, Environment Canada, as their kind of kickoff meeting. And it was noted at that point that one thing that the federal government has not done is issued a permit to destroy sensitive habitat. The statement was made that it has not been done anywhere in Canada as of yet, and we are looking for significant permit approval for destruction of sensitive habitat all the way along the causeway itself relating to the road reconstruction and in and around the area of the bridge. Since that point, I know they've had these agencies have been having various conversations around it and how they recognize that this is definitely a unique situation, a thing that they're not necessarily used to having to deal with. So it's been run up and down their ladders a bunch of times, and the conversations are continuing to see what and how that may look going forward. At this point, I don't have any real firm direction or a real sense of whether these approvals may be delayed. They basically are kind of looking at it from the perspective of it is a unique situation. So they are going to continue to discuss it in recognizing that this is a critical piece of infrastructure on the causeway and that we need to get this addressed. So as more information on that comes forward, we will definitely work to keep council informed. And I feel like that is all, unless someone has more questions.
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason, thank you very much.
I'm just wondering if something about the federal comment should be put in writing and given to Mayor Chop, because I feel like she should probably take it to Diane Finley's office sooner rather than later. That's a scary comment.
To the chair, I can definitely look at getting something. I imagine there should be, even our meeting minutes would be a good summation of that conversation and the concerns that we do have, and we should be able to get those pulled so that these conversations with the upper levels of government can happen.
Or Councillor Michelle, I wasn't trying to make more work for Mayor Chop, but
It's just the start timeline is the only thing, Jason. What are you still aiming for, August?
Through the chair to the mayor, right now they're still looking at I believe it's saying September construction. Start of construction. Yeah.
okay. Any other general announcements from staff? Council? Okie dokie. Adjournment. Can I have a mover and a seconder to adjourn the council and committee meeting of January 14th, 2020 at 9:30 p.m. Mayor Chop, seconded by Councillor Taylor. Discussion. All in favor? Carried. Good night. And thank you to our Ryan for working the camera.